Hello, it's Saturday, March 28th, 2026. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. It's a show that will give you the opportunity to have your say on issues in the news. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you.
This Middle East crisis will elicit inflation, will affect our purchasing power, the labor union and others will be gearing to ask us to support them because of the effect of the Middle East war and prices at the pumps, resulting in transportation problems and high prices. Even though the chairman had said there's no need for policy discussion, we should rejoice. I'm glad you have something to bite. My condolences to Kashim Shetima, like what you did, return immediately to Borno and collectively give a message of sympathy and condolence to our people there. Yes, we are with you. As our investment in technology and equipment that we must defeat.
I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them.
A few moments later.
See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well. Sharpie. So I came here, they have $1,000 pens. And you know, you hand pens out, you're signing and you hand them out, you're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint. 1,000, it was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they are. What is this, mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is. And I feel guilty because I'm like, I'm by nature, I don't, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money. So I'm saying, this is crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well. So I take it out and I sign and there's no ink. And I got all you people looking and you say, there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing and there's no ink in the pen and it costs $1,000. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it saying Sharpie. He said, well, I can make it nicer. I said, what can you do? He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold. Almost real gold, not bad.
Yes.
They just found out yesterday. Outside the fences, they just found out they punch all the tires, the proper tire. Like 5 minutes.
What about your force here?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, sir. Bismillah. Now this time it's the same.
What's it back to back? Or what send address? What you expect me that kind of?
Wow. And you show people pictures.
What's
Presidential. So just everybody move. So to capture
Yes.
she done. Cash. The cash madam. Where is Rachel? Ask him to ask her to come in there. Somebody should stay here. This is Madam, you know her, no?
Sir?
This woman, you don't know her.
You need to watch television and see this image.
Okay.
You only hear it, okay?
Àti Bobby, Ìníyà, àti Tina, àti Pàṣí.
General Assembly has voted to recognize the enslavement of Africans during the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. The resolution proposed by Ghana also urges countries to consider issuing formal apologies and contributing to a repatriation fund, though no specific amount has been proposed. The motion was adopted with 123 votes in favor. The United States, Israel, and Argentina voted against the resolution, and 52 countries abstained from voting. These included the United Kingdom and members of the European Union.
Police, the Department of State Security Services, DSS, recently arrested and detained 2 Nigerian social media influencers over tweets that were critical of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, US President Donald Trump, and the role of the US and Israel in the ongoing regional war in West Asia and genocide in Palestine. After close to a week of detention, one of the influencers, Sani Buhari, known by the username Waspaplib, was released, but only after a clearly forced apology to the US Embassy in Nigeria was posted on his Twitter account. Abubakar Adamu, the other influencer, remains in detention, having been charged to court by the DSS under the claim that, among other things, his tweet could bring Nigeria into a military conflict with Israel. I spoke to Abubakar Adamu's lawyer, Khalid Aminu, and according to him, it was the US Embassy in Nigeria that reached out to Nigeria's National Security Advisor with a petition over the tweet in question, after which the NSA got the DSS to arrest both men. In other words, the US Embassy in Nigeria not only carries out digital surveillance on Nigerians, but effectively instructs the Nigerian government to violate the civil rights of Nigerian citizens if they criticize Israel or the US.
With regards to the arrests that we've seen happening in Israel-related posts, the US Embassy submitted a petition to the Office of the National Security Advisor for post that was made through Abubakar Afandat Abugaga through his account, making comments on Israel. And as a result of that, they submitted a petition through the Office of the National Security Advisor, and then it was dispatched to the DSS. And that was how they arrested Abubakar.
Of your first question, in respect of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's chances in the Southeast. You see, politics is very dynamic, and it is becoming clearer and clearer that the president of this great country, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has the support of majority of Nigerians, and more in particular, Southeast. You know, we in the Southeast believe that we made a huge mistake, you know, in the last election 2023. So we now know the place to go. The place to go is APC. Majority of Southeasterners, they believe in APC. If you were in Enugu 2 days ago during the zonal congresses, it was filled with enthusiasm. It was filled with joy. You know, too many stakeholders, too many party faithfuls, even non-party, non-APC members.
I assure you, many of you lamenting the problem of electricity, power. Yes, we are paying attention to that. The Grid Asset Management Company, CAMCO, which will inject approximately 1,500 megawatts into a new grid corridor. We are going to improve on it. Electricity will become better, and be assured there will be opportunity and progress in our industrialization path. Tonight,
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You are a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down.
There's a protest tomorrow to liberate us. Most people here, we pull a call to say, don't participate. You know you are an Igbo. You know you are a Do. You know they don't like you. You know you are from Benue. You know you are from Jos. They're going to kill you. We are delusional. We are pretenders. We are not sincere. We are hypocritical. Dr. Damages, thank you. I do not take this for granted. I consider this a privilege. For bringing me back on and on again, I got my heart for you. Thank you. I rest my case. And I'm gone. I wish Ovie was here. I wanted to talk to Ovie. Ovie is an agent. He's a distractor. Each time he comes here, tell him to remove those demons and ancestors behind him. Or else you charge him for it. He's collecting money. Yeah, he's doing free adverts on your show. You allow him to do that nonsense every day. Doctor, today, I'm angry with you too. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Omori.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́ ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí lọ́nà èyí.
If you really want to know what Kabiru and his friend organize rally in their constituencies, people know they bring change. Organized people do. USAID use now to destroy what we had then. Instead of you talking about politicians to Nigeria, you are politicians to the man who was in power. Is you dumb? Did he just say what he had then? What you had there was IPP and Abacha. You are dumb. You are a moron.
You
Today, no. You don't even collect good money. You don't collect good money. Nigeria is money. You are in America doing a DoorDash. You're in America doing DoorDash. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself of this. You call me a fool. You call me a fool. What you have no, I didn't know where the money came from. But what we achieved, I'm talking about the achievement. We kicked Abacha out. We kicked IPP out. That is the democracy. You are your moronic and imbecilic Okpemolo. I enjoy it today. You guys will die. You guys will die. You guys don't take it. It's just that we're not taking the cooperation of Nigerians. You call me a fool. You are moronic. You are imbecilic. You are in the nonentity of your Nigeria is money. You are in America doing DoorDash. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Tinubu is a criminal. Yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, it's another Saturday, the 28th of March, 2026. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We're here again to have a conversation on issues in the news across the world, Africa and Nigeria. The war is still going on, the war between Israel, Iran, and America. And that war, most people are surprised that this is the 5th week. We just entered the 5th week. It's still going on. Iran is not giving up all the efforts by different people. Pakistan is now moving in to negotiate an end to the war. And we are following what's going on. We have President Trump weighing in every day, deciding the direction of the markets around the world and what people think about the conflict. So we touch on that as we do every Saturday. And let's listen to something that Trump said just this week.
What is missing in leadership?
Well, it's winning. You got to win. You know, I've watched a lot of people, leaders, great leaders. And, you know, the one thing about sports is you break it down into, you know, a 2-hour period, something nice. You don't have to wait a lifetime to find out is somebody a winner or a loser. You got a lot of losers, mostly losers, fortunately. It's a good thing to have a lot of losers. I always like to hang around with losers, actually, because it makes me feel better. I hate guys that are very, very successful, and you have to listen to their success stories. I like people that like to listen to my success.
All right. So in the midst of war, we are also getting entertainment from the person leading the charge. Also, in London this week, we had this report, this very shocking report, that the former Nigerian banker, Herbert Wigwe, owned 106 properties in London. He was ranked number 7, ranked the 7th on the list of billionaires with the most London properties. And most of you remember that he died in 2024, somewhere in California. He was going to watch the Super Bowl. And I think the helicopter he was traveling in crashed and he died with his wife, I think one of his child. And so this is a story that is coming out because there's a new law that the change in London required people who used companies that shell companies to buy properties in London for them to reveal the owners of those shell companies. That was how we found out that this one owned 106 homes or buildings in properties in the UK. There's no, people are now trying to determine whether he owned them himself or he was acting like a front for some of the people who used him to buy properties around the world. So it's a developing story, and we will touch on that. But the biggest story actually this week is from the United Nations. Under the leadership of Ghana put out a proposal demanding that the UN should, people at the United Nations should declare slavery as the gravest crime against humanity. We will discuss who voted how, because United States, Israel, and Argentina were the three countries that voted against that resolution. Most European countries abstained, and 123 countries voted to say that slavery was the gravest crime against humanity in history. So we touch on that. We go back to local politics, where the APC, they had their convention, regional and national convention, where they basically endorsed Tinubu, as we expected, as their candidate for president. Other parties are making the same move because they have between April and May to put up their candidates for the upcoming election. If you look at their headlines, Nigeria may break up. That was from a former U.S. ambassador at large for international religious freedom, one Sam Brownback. He said that he was concerned about the killing of people in Nigeria, and that if nothing is done to stop it, Nigeria might break up. So that's where we got that story. State police. We thought that we were getting close to having state police across Nigeria. But some states governors, especially northern state governors, are pulling back. They are backtracking from their support of that state police. One of them is Babagana Zulum, the governor of Borno State. So we talk about that. They went back to the same reason they've been giving for many years, that Nigeria is not yet ripe for state police. What does that really mean? So we touch on that. There were stories about people being arrested and locked up, and P2B visited one Kaduna-based Islamic cleric, Ahmed Umar, and he was picked up and questioned by the DSS, and those stories. I'm hearing a story I've not confirmed that it looks like El Rufai has been released. There was a story that his mom died. So we'll touch on all those things. But this is your show. This is when we get you to come in and weigh in on some of these issues. So let's bring in people we have in the studio already. If you want to join us, I see so many people. Turn on your camera so we can bring you in and you can join that conversation. Again, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you. If you can like the stream, share it. If you have not subscribed, please do so at this time. Thank you. All right. Who do we have? Ike, how are you?
Dr. Damage, good afternoon.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm good, I'm blessed, and you?
Good. You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm feeling better. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Hey, my brother Paul, how are you?
I'm good. Good morning, sir.
How is Arizona? Or have you moved?
People don't leave Arizona to go anywhere.
I'm too skinny to leave Arizona. I don't have those extra coats in my body, those extra fats to absorb the cold. So I better stay where it's hot.
So Arizona is like where you are in Nigeria, right? The weather is like you are in Nigeria, is that?
No, it's worse than Nigeria. Arizona is hotter than anywhere in Nigeria. Anywhere. Far away Gongola. Arizona is hotter than that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
So
it's pleased to be here again today. Thank God for life and that we're alive to talk about what concerns us, right? Whether it concerns us or it concerns whether it concerns me or it concerns my family, it concerns me or concerns my people in Nigeria, whatever that concerns them concerns us, right? So I'm happy to be here today by the grace of God. So I wait to see what we have in our plate. Thank you.
all right, thank you so much, Ike. Well, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Doctor, there's just a lot to say, and we don't even know where to start from. But it's just funny. I just see something popped up on my phone yesterday, and I use it to dance for a very long time. I drink my wine myself with no visitor because I only drink on social gathering. I was just singing and dancing with the leg they shake, hand they shake. Baba we know where they say hey me loco. So I was just dancing with the song, and it was just a good vibe because I'm tired of getting fed up complaining about Nigeria. So sometimes let's just laugh, like Fela would say, with all the problem that we are going through. It's mind-boggling when you see the way people support Tinubu. It's just like the way you see the Zionists support Israel. You wonder that is this person really an American or Israeli? You know, that kind of full support that we don't see anything on ground with 3 years, but people tend to tell you this is the best thing since sliced bread, and every other thing. We don't know what is going on. We don't know anything. And people support. Good percentage of us that even live outside the country, who knows that good percentage of our resources is going back home, not because of we love to do charity, but because of we try to take care of problems that we will never finish solving. We can never solve our friends' family problem, but we still believe that the government is working. That's my take for that.
All right, let me show you this and get your take. Since did you read this article?
That's true. I saw it, but I didn't read it. But I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, you should read it. And
yeah, I saw the highlight from the video part when he tried to do the review, but I've not read the article.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Whenever you read it, let's talk. We have to bring back Azo to come and explain for us what he was trying to say there. What was going on.
I hate to say this, but I don't really think he knows how to manage himself very well. He will not say anything. He will hold back. It's like somebody.
He didn't hold back in the column.
Yes, he may not hold back in the column because he can defend himself that a contest matter. You understand? But when you want to make him break down some of those things, then you now hear, oh no, he will hold back. I get this argument, I get this conversation many times. Right. It's like, how do I put it? The way, let me put it this way. Let's say I owe somebody and the person is smart enough. So they convince you that, oh, just do this. We're just going to let you go. I need my lawyer. Oh, if you do this, we're going to let you go. Letting me go is I'm supposed to just do it so that you let me go. I still say I need my lawyer. Because do this and let me go simply mean I'm roping myself more in. I'll just say I need my lawyer.
All right. Let's start by seeing if there's any particular story that is important to anybody who is here, at least for the first 30 minutes. That I didn't mention that we can highlight. There's an opportunity to highlight. It doesn't mean we're going to discuss it. Ike, let me start with you. Any story that you've been watching or you are following that you think deserves to be given a shout out? You're muted, Ike. We can hear you, Ike.
Okay. Yeah, I think the last comment you made, we are just hearing the release of El Rufai. It's true because the mother passed away in Egypt and he was released, but the question in my list is releasing a Rufai without court order. What does it entail for Nigeria? Because Rufai is under investigation and he was detained, but all of a sudden he was released by no court order. I don't know how he got released. So, is it a starting point of this administration telling us that it is true that whatever they want to do, they do. Nobody can hold them accountable. So I'm happy that he's released to see the burial of the mother. But the point is the process of his release. And that's where I'm looking after from next week, because I don't think it's something that somebody will just grant to release. So that's the only thing I'm looking at for next week. I want to know and see what the release of El-Rufai is entail in Nigerian political scene.
All right, thank you. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, good afternoon, doctor, and everyone.
We are going around to see what people are thinking about, what stories they are following that we did not mention. I just saw this story that Wike is said to Nigerians, PDP will shock Nigerians in 2027. So interesting. So Femi, what are you watching? What stories are you paying attention to?
Doctor, there's so much happening in the world.
Which one is of interest to you? No, and you don't have to mention all of them.
Everything is of interest, even the ones you don't remember right now. Maybe one of the several caricature ones, the resignation of the Kano State deputy governor. As if it's not something that we're used to seeing. Obviously that's under pressure. There's probably some disagreements going on, but there's always something. There's too much to talk about. It's the same thing, different day, same thing. So much to talk about.
All right, Paul, what are you watching?
Let me continue with what Ike said. And first of all, El-Rufai is not supposed to they don't even have any reason to arrest him at the first place. And they've not tried him and sentenced him, that they just release him like that and everything. He's not supposed to be in jail. You understand? What we assume that El-Rufai did and what they are prosecuting for is a two different thing and everything. Living here in America, if the FBI pick you, well, I'm not talking about, say, some city police, whatever. If the FBI pick you, they already have all their facts that they are going to court and everything. But you don't pick people. We are not in Mexico. That's the answer. In Mexico, you are guilty. You understand? Then you prove you're innocent. In Nigeria, you are innocent up until they prove that you're guilty. You understand? So El-Rufai is not even supposed to be in jail. It's not until you pick the man, then you want to push him to say one or two things and everything. That's not how to do things. They arrest El-Rufai. They don't have evidence. And if they have evidence, the evidence will work against them. They know they're going to release El-Rufai. They are just testing their power and everything. He's not supposed to be there at all. He didn't commit any offense. As at this time, he's as clean like the snow. He's 100% innocent. Because the people who arrest him don't have any evidence. And if they have any evidence, they're supposed to pick him today and release him tomorrow. Then they go to court and go drop all the evidence. They don't have any. And if they have, which me and you know that if we want to follow the Nigerian way, if they have evidence, they are not ready to use their evidence. So which means El-Rufai is as innocent. They don't need to hold him at all.
Okay. All right. So let's begin the conversation. I think looking at the stories that are breaking, especially we leave the American story for now, the Iran-Israeli story for now. Let's begin the conversation from what happened at the United Nations. I mentioned this at the beginning of the show, that the United Nations had a special session where they discussed what a proposal, resolution that was put up by Ghana the president of Ghana actually was there to push for that. During the resolution, they discussed that what they wanted was to say that for the world to begin a period of healing and justice, that they have to recognize that slavery was the gravest crime against humanity. That was all they asked them to vote for, that it was the gravest crime against humanity. Let's listen to this lady give us the analysis of how it happened.
Assembly has voted to recognize the enslavement of Africans during the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. The resolution proposed by Ghana also urges countries to consider issuing formal apologies and contributing to a repatriation fund, though no specific amount has been proposed. The motion was adopted with 123 votes in favor. The United States, Israel, and Argentina voted against the resolution, and 52 countries abstained from voting. These included the United Kingdom and members of the European Union.
All right, so that's the breakdown. The countries that voted against it were United States, Argentina, and Israel. But our sister in the UK, what's her name? Kemi was mad that the United Kingdom abstained. According to Kemi, they should have voted. They should have voted against it, just like United States. So Kemi was of the opinion that they should have voted against that because Africans don't need reparation. They should not be. They should not demand for reparation. So let's discuss it along different angles. So one of them is I would like to know what each of you think about the countries that voted against it, which is United States, Argentina, and Israel. Why did they vote against it? What does this mean for Africa? Because I think 200 years from now, most people will not remember what Tinubu did in the last 4 years or in the next 4 years. They will remember, probably this will be a mark in world history, if you look at it, that after over 200 and something years, slavery ended in, I think, 1860 something, we are now coming to the point where the world is saying, okay, this was horrible. This was the worst thing that ever happened. Even though they didn't agree that they will do something about it, at least majority of the people in the world showing their opinion about it. And the other issue is, how will Africans react? How are Africans reacting to this? Especially knowing the countries that are saying that we don't have any opinion about this or that we're against it. All right, let me start with you, Ike. Since not Ike, Jide, you just joined us. Jide, welcome to the show.
Greetings, Dr. Damage. It's good to see you. Greetings to everyone on the panel. Greetings to everyone listening as well. I followed everything going. I didn't follow everything, but I kind of followed the United Nations briefing on the slavery, the transatlantic slave trade being the worst crime against humanity and stuff. And I realized Ghana was the one spearheading that demand for referring to the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. First of all, the countries that were against referring the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity, those countries, I'm not surprised that they were against them. If you look at the historical context of those countries in relation to African people all over the world, it has been extremely negative. In the mildest term I will ever use, I will just use negative. If I'm going to use the actual word, it has been horrific. So considering that fact, it is not surprising. Let's look at those countries, the United States. We're talking about a country where, that a country that has been at constant war against Black people for centuries, from slavery to Jim Crow to where we are today, to broken families, broken communities, to the crackhead epidemic, to the genocide on Black people, to the destruction of black people having their own community. I mean, the destruction of the black community generally. You know, I mean, I can spend hours upon hours talking about how they've destroyed our fellow cousins, our African American cousins, how they destroy their communities, destroy their families through evil criminal policies. You know, they destroy their culture, you know. For crying out loud, during slavery, let's look at history. During slavery, when our people were enslaved and brought to the United States, the demography of African Americans, or the demography of the African slaves were over 20%. So it's not even what we have now. It was, in fact, if you look at the period of before even America got its independence, the demography of black people was far higher than what it is now. It was almost 40%, if not even higher than the whites. Like, this is history. So there have been a targeted annihilation and genocide of black men and women in this country. And that war is still going on up till now. As maybe in the next section, I'll talk about it. Argentina. Argentina is a country that has a very horrific history with the transatlantic slave trade. If you look at what happened with Argentina, Argentina used black people to fight their war of liberation against Paraguay in the 19th century. And they used black people, they used black men to go and fight that war. There was a specific target of black men. That history is there, like they targeted black men. They said that for black men to actually be free, they need to go and fight for freedom for Argentina. So they didn't fight. The Europeans, they didn't fight. They pushed the black people. And I'm talking about demography because we need to look at demography. Black people, the percentage of black people at that time, just like the United States, was almost 40% or 50% of the entire population of Argentina. But what they did was, the first strategy was they subjected them to war. A lot of them died in that war. A lot of them died. Subsequently, the women that were vulnerable, they married them to white men, to European settlers, Italians, Spanish that were settling. There was even a policy in Argentina to bring in white people, like just bringing more and more white people so that they will mix with the women. And also, just like the Jim Crow that they were trying to implement in the United States, there was a segregation policy in Argentina that targeted black people, which led to spread of disease. I can't remember the name of disease right now, but there was a spread of disease that killed millions of black people in Argentina. In fact, this was what led to the ultimate genocide of black people.
It was yellow fever, Jide.
Yellow fever, thank you, Brother Femi. It was yellow fever, yes, thank you.
They reduced their population less than 2%.
2%, thank you. In fact, a lot of them died to the point that the only way they could survive, they could not survive in Nigeria. Some of them had to move to Brazil. It was so bad. It was really, really bad. That was the same policy that America wanted to implement, but in an insidious way. But thanks to the resilience of our African American brothers and sisters, they resisted it and they defeated that policy. Now, they're not at the best place right now. They're still at war against our African American brothers and sisters. But still, that war is still going on. And our African American brothers and sisters are resisting. So, with all these things I'm saying, the point I'm making is that if America and Argentina and Israel, the racist country called Israel, that was built on racism, is a country that was built on racism. The origin of Israel was built on racism. So there's no way they would ever be sympathetic to the plea of African people. We need to understand that. And we need to also understand that anything that has to do with America's foreign policy, anything that Israel goes along, Israel, if America say yes, Israel will say yes. If America say no, Israel will say no. It's like that. If you go and look at it, so it's not surprising. But the point I'm making is for America to say yes, that they acknowledge that it is the worst crime against humanity, which they are Argentina and Israel and all the other countries. For them to acknowledge it, that means they will pay trillions of dollars, not just to the African Americans and the Afro-Argentinians and all the other Afro-descendants of slaves. They will also have to pay such amount of money to the victims in African countries too. We're talking about trillions of dollars. So what that means is that it's open a can of worms that will be unbearable. So they cannot accept that how evil they are towards we African people. They have to say no, to save face, and to hide away from it. That war is still going on. In fact, we black people, particularly when we're in the US. We need to be seeing what's going on because they are even trying to use us against ourselves. The CIA, they've planned since the 70s. They have been an explicit force since the civil rights movement in a different way. Because the civil rights movement, it played a role in the defeat of Jim Crow. So now what they are now using is through economic policies, so many psychological warfare and so on. So what they are trying to do now is they are trying to create splinter groups among African Americans, splinter groups such as FBA, ADOS. I'm not making this up. It is documented. They said they will need to develop splinter groups that they even focus on we Africans, Nigerians, that we are coming to their country, we are educated. I read this thing some months ago. We are educated. African Americans, I mean, they have a huge number that are probably in the ghetto, right? That are not really educated, like have master's degree, bachelors. But we that are coming in, we are educated. And it will be a threat for the entire black community, both African Americans, African immigrants, to unite politically. So there has to be a way to exploit that disconnect between both sides, culturally, psychologically, and so on, to divide them. So the point I'm making is that they are at war against us, so they cannot afford to support that to support that movement. And if they support it, it will be at a cost that will be unbearable for them. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jide. We see new people joining us. Welcome, Comparable Facts. Welcome, Tony. Let's go to Ike. Ike, you are next.
Dr. Damages, I'm not one of the guys that enjoy this kind of international politics because United Nations is a toothless bulldog institution that means nothing to nobody. It's all about speaking grammars and languages. It doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, the power that is the United Nations is US and the European Union. They are the financial backers of United Nations. So if America and the United Nations withdraw their support, do you have United Nations? The United useless because other countries mean nothing in the United Nations. It's all about going there to speak a very long grammatical, everybody is speaking. For me, it means nothing to me. United Nations has not been my fan all my life because they never solve any problem. They only speak languages, speak, grammar, spend money, people gather money, they use it for political purposes, they go to countries, they initiate wars, they initiate crises in countries, they go there, they go and supply them, genetic modified rice and foods, And listen, all this politics, I don't play it because it means nothing. Why does it means nothing? Whether they agree that it was a heinous crime or whatever, does it change anything? It happened and it happened, right? We have moved on. The world has moved on. If they are telling you they are going to give Nigeria how many trillion, does it change? Have we changed anything? You have not changed the fact, right? So for me, I'm only particularly about Argentina because the Jide story is true. I don't know if you also know that in South America, because of the story that Jide said, is one of the reasons why there is no black in Argentina. The only South American country you don't find any black man is in Argentina. And that's why I hate the country. If you give me that country free, give me $10 million to go to visit Argentina, I will not. Because that story alone is what put me off about Argentina. In sports, I love Messi. Messi is my guy in football, but I don't love his country. I never in my life supported Argentina national team because that story, that history is there. And that is why whenever you see Argentina and Brazil or Costa Rica or Ecuador playing or Colombia, there is always a very high tension. It's because of this story that Jide told, which probably I know because I live in this part of the Caribbean and South American part of the world. So for America, it has always been their game, they will tell you, they might not say, they might vote against, but they will tell you they have opened the doors for Africans, to come to America and have a better life, So there are so many things they can tell you. about why, they cannot say they vote against it. But I can speak about the Royal Dutch Kingdom, Netherlands, which is where I belong. In 2023, the Prime Minister of the Dutch Kingdom, they tendered an open apology against the slavery of what happened those years. In 2023, they tendered an apology to Africans and to the world. So for them, they recognized, they tendered, an apology. So for me, if Britain, who is our colonizer, could, abstain, that shows you a lot. So for me, I think whether the world says is a heinous or grievous offense, a crime against humanity, or they didn't say it, each and every one of us recognize that is what it is. And for me, I have moved on. I'm not expecting, even if everybody they make that statement, agree that is a grievous offense. What does it change anything for me? It doesn't. For me personally, it changes nothing. For another person, if you say, okay, they're going to pay reparation, which most countries in Africa have been saying, they pay reparation. Which government are they going to give it? This one you have in Nigeria, for example, America decide the world decide they want to pay reparation tomorrow. Who are they going to pay it to Nigeria to? This illegitimate government you have in Nigeria? Where are they going to pay the reparation? Even in the process of the reparation, we begin to kill ourselves because we are fighting for the money of the reparation. So, listen, it has happened, and we have to move on. Most families in where we come from, we lost members, we lost families, towns, cities, villages, but it cannot change. It's not going to bring anything back for me personally.
Right.
And I end like this. I've always said, United Nations is the toothless bulldog because they don't do anything. It's only America. America controls United Nations. If they take away the money they used to fund it, which another country have money to fund United Nations. So it's all about politics, So for me.
All right, thank you, Ike. Let me just say that UN is functioning the way it was designed to function. It can do more than the way it was designed. And also, if the votes are not important, some of the countries that voted against it wouldn't be lobbying for it not to pass. So it may be symbolic, but they know it's important. They know that people who will be here 200 years from now, this issue of slavery and what happened will continue to be debated, and they will look at the votes that were passed. What happened at the UN on Thursday, and they will judge those countries based on what they did. So anyway, Paul, you are next. Let's hear your view.
Yeah, Dr. Fela say waiting unite inside United Nations. But truth be told, I think we still need United Nations, no matter how we expect, our expectations are so high and we don't get it and every other thing. I think it's Peter Tosh that said everybody is talking of justice, nobody's talking about peace. So United Nations is that nations that try to bring peace, in as much as we still have a lot of bullies, a lot of empire who still want justice in their own way. They coin justice in their own way. Nobody's talking about peace and every other thing. Sometimes America produce too much things that they don't need, a way of subsidy. So they sell all these things like all these rice, whatever, go give to people where they create problems and the likes and every other thing. He creates jobs for people in America, not that they like to give, but they just use it. Oh, we have this excess subsidy. Where do we send them to? Just like what we get in Nigeria back in the days, up to date, we call Okrika close and the likes. So I don't expect much from there because the empires, the bullies are still there. They understand their power. But one thing I'm going to say, some few years back, America cried a lot as China stole their technology. And then for that thing, that J20, that J22, yeah, that's the F20, F22 and the likes. They cry a lot and then for that thing. Until Africa started sending their kids to the West to go make what makes the world a better place today, what will make you stand you understand, on your 2 feet very well until we start acquiring those knowledge, not the type of knowledge that we have today, where I can manage a Fortune 500 company, but I don't know how to create a Fortune 500 company. If we don't do that, we're wasting our time. The guy who stole the technology that Israel used in building their nuke, they celebrate him. The Edosin family, they put him in his private jet after they release him. They celebrate him. China stole American technology. They build their own aircraft. They build their own ship. They build everything. They celebrate him. So they can't suffer too much sanction like some other small country. They threaten them with sanction. If they can stand their own 2 feet, they can do things themselves. And until we stand up and understand that, how do we do things where we can understand sometime? If we don't trade with these people, can we survive? If we don't trade with anybody, can we do the things that we can use to micro or manage ourselves very well and everything? Until we start thinking in that direction, we go nowhere. These people, this empire, these so-called big bully nations and everything, they'll keep doing what they're doing. They know that they're going to go free and everything. Like what we said with Argentina, it is obvious. Ed Ike said it more clearly that I needed to expatiate on it. You know, Jide just opened the cans of worm and everything. When you see Israel, you know, there is difference between Israel and Jewish. We are talking now the Israelis government. Just like if I will use it to our Nigeria, the way somebody like comparable facts would say and everything, the way we say, oh, I'm an ally of Israel and everything, the way they support Israel. You might support a Jewish person, you might support a religion there, maybe Christian religion or whatever religion, but the Israeli government is very, very barbaric. Just like as we have the Nigerian government. Nigerians may be a very good people. We come from diverse tribes and culture, but we like ourselves. But we have a very terrible and a very bad government. That's the same thing with the Israeli government today and yesterday. They are not good. They don't understand history. They don't use history to their favor. They are losing it by the day. And these are the things. And what do you expect with America? With what they are doing and what they are still doing, how they are still doing all this divide and conquer and everything. So you must understand how they will teach their vote, you understand, and everything. I'm not surprised. Then talking about England are just like my father religion, the Jehovah Witness thing. They understand the Bible very, very well. You understand? So they know how to play the divide and conquer, the silent killer game and everything. But those things in the United Nations, it's painful. Let them keep doing it. But most important is that we should wake up. If you are sending your Nigerians to America, government should send, ask people, our best brains, let them go start. Somebody might have his PhD. Send them to America to go study as he's going for a BSc. To steal any technology, be smart, where they will like you so much that they will give you all the knowledge that you need so that we can do things ourselves, not to be a good manager to manage another person's investment. How you can build things from the scratch. If we don't do that, the whole of Africa or the whole of South America goes nowhere.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Femi, what is your take on the issue from any angle?
So when I saw a bit of the clips from that, from the resolutions when they were voting, and the first thing that came to my mind was, okay, let's even revisit it. What made slavery really bad? I mean, and it ranged from the fact that it included the total loss of freedom, because it was from a place of the fact that these people were probably doing their own thing, and of course, we're also complicit. Our forefathers were complicit in, maybe they didn't know any better. And of course, when you go down the list of the things that made it real bad, you look at the extreme violence and the acts of controls, and when you look at even from that place in the point of no return, for example, in Ghana, where in some cases, some of these slaves were actually thrown into the waters just before they go into the boats. And some were also thrown off the boats at the point where at stages where they felt the boats might be sinking. And just the sheer trauma of the separation from families and the forced labors and brutal conditions under which a lot of these slaves were subjected to, depending on whether you were considered a house slave or is it a field slave, for example, and just the general psychological trauma. And I noticed that there was this argument about the fact that it wasn't illegal at the time. I don't know how much of it you saw, Doctor. There was this argument about, amongst the reasons about the wardens and the fact that there shouldn't be some sort of ranking, that after all, the genocide and is the case of what happened to the Jews in the Holocaust, that there shouldn't be rankings, and then the long-term impact in terms of, okay, what happens, just like you said, in years to come, when all of a sudden what wasn't considered illegal at the time, by today's standards, if at all the UN remains the UN, which we know is not the case in any ways, we start going back to revisit things that happened then using today's laws. Because one thing I argue, and which is one of the reasons why me personally, I just know that whenever these people say they're coming to help us, is a lie. They have everybody has their interest. It's all, like Ovie would say, it's all about power and control, you know. So whenever they say they're trying to come and help us, we better remember that just as what's happening with this new lexicon, not necessarily new lexicon, what has crept up with this Iran on one hand and Israel and US on the other hand, existential threats. At the end of the day, nobody is going to serve you anything a la carte. You have to fight for it. So thinking one person, and that's why I'm in a way, as much as if it wasn't a serious and grievous situation that's affecting everybody in the world, and I know it's not the topic right now, I think it would have been a lot more interesting watch to see how a nation battles what is nations are supposed to be bullied, and I wait to see the results, because on one hand, we continue to see how the rest of the so-called superpowers, or the colonialists, continue to act with intransigence, forgetting that there's always been empires come and go. But for us Africans generally, as much as the resolution, it was a good thing that resolution was tested. It lets us know, in my opinion, that we know our place, and it is up to us to sit down within us and try to reconsider beyond these our small matters of not so small matters of ethnicity and ethnic bigotry and religious differences, and to think about the better good about the generality of Black people and Africans. We should know our position in the world. Nobody is coming to save us.
All right, thank you, Femi. Part of the things that the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations said was that he said that there were no international laws at that time that were broken, that they cannot be signing off in agreement that the United States or people who participated in buying people out of Africa broke international laws that were not in existence at that point. Mr. James, what is your take on this topic?
Yes, can you hear me, please? I'm just joining now.
Yeah.
Good. In the year 1945 or 44, thereabout, during the Pearl Harbor, when the Japanese allegedly bombed Pearl Harbor, people of Japanese extraction living mainly in the western part of the United States were incarcerated. They were arrested and locked up in concentration camps throughout the war. Their civil liberties was, restricted in the interest of in the interest of the state. It was during Ronald Reagan's time they issued an executive order apologizing to the people to the Japanese who were incarcerated, and they were paid compensation. Now, if we look at it from that point, I think we'll be justified to demand reparation. But what do we need reparation for? That is one thing. The Jews during the Second World War, they allegedly killed 6 million Jews. At the end of the war, Theodor Herzl and others, they resolved that never again will it happen. And this is what is responsible for the actions of the present Israeli government. That what they suffered during the Second World War, it will never happen again as long as human beings are on earth. Now, we Africans, we've suffered more than the Jews. 400 years of slavery. haven't suffered 400 years of slavery, 200 or so years of brutal colonialism, and new colonial structures are still in place. We are still grappling with formidable problems which we did not cause. What moves are we as a people taking to correct these wrongs? Nothing. Instead, we are still parlaying with the people who sold us into slavery. So this is how I see it. I think somebody was saying that we don't get anything a la carte. We work for it. Mr. Paul was saying something about acquiring knowledge from different parts of the world or something like that, because I came very late. Now, we need to come together as a people to reason together to see what we can do to salvage future African generations. If not, this problem will continue to continue. I'm not in favor of reparation. If you bring the money, for example, how will it be shared? Will Ghana get more than Sierra Leone? Will Malawi get more than Zambia? I mean, and one thing we should know is that once an amount of money is paid, it can be $100 trillion. It can only be paid once. And once it is paid, it is paid. We no longer owe them anything. I think the best thing for us to do is to get ourselves properly organized, behave like responsible members of the human race, and we should do things other countries or other people are unable to do. This is what makes people to earn the respect they have today. Look at the Iranians. The wonders they are performing today is because they are doing what no man, no people has ever done. No country in the world today can take on the United States confidently the way these guys are doing it. I mean, we should behave as responsible members of the human race instead of running after cheap opportunities. We wanted to bring $100 million. Then we share it among ourselves and said, I mean, to me, that's not the best way to solve this problem. We should get ourselves together, behave as responsible members of the human race, and vow, just like the Jews are vowing today, that never again will it happen to the black man, because we've suffered more than the Jews. So anyway, that is all I have to say. Thank you so much indeed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Let me just at this point point out that they were not talking about reparation. It wasn't part of the resolution. It was just saying that this is the gravest crime against humanity. That was all they asked him to do.
I see. You know, I joined very late. Anyway, they are correct to say that it's the gravest crime against humanity because we have suffered more than the Jews, unquestionably. Nobody can argue that. 400 years of slavery, 200 years of brutal colonialism, and new colonial structures are still in place. We are not even finding our bearings. This is the problem. So I agree with them. I thought they mentioned something about reparations. So that's what Masuda Abiola and others were talking about those days.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm rotating people. I'm putting some people at the back end just to make sure we get new people up to air their view before we move to another topic. Tony, you're next.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damages, and greetings everyone on the panel and those on the comment section. Good to be here today. Well, I didn't get to see your prologue, but from the discussion so far, I can have an idea of what is being talked about. Now, there is no doubt that the slave trade devastated African communities and societies. It retarded Africa. Societies and communities that were making progress were devastated by the introduction of arms and, by the slave trade itself. And if you are looking at it, there are three waves. First was the trans-Saharan slave trade. There was also the trans-Indian Ocean slave trade. And then there's the transatlantic slave trade. Unfortunately, people tend to focus more on the transatlantic. If you go back to history, if you do some historical research, you'll find out that the transatlantic slave trans-Saharan slave trade took more people than the transatlantic. Many Africans were taken away from their societies through the trans-Saharan slave trade than the transatlantic slave trade. And when you look, you begin to wonder, where are these people who were taken? You don't seem to see them, because the trans-Saharan slave trade was disastrous. You can still see, I mean, if you're talking about the transatlantic, you could still go to America, you go to Liberia, Sierra Leone, you could still see them, blacks, scattered all over the place. But the ones that went through the trans-Saharan, you hardly would see them. The same thing with, the ones that, went through the Indian Ocean, but these were the problems that Africa suffered. So when we are actually talking about the retardation of Africa and the progress, the slow progress that Africa has made, this is part of the problem, because these were virile people that would have, helped in the development of Africa that were taken away. And then you look at the destruction and the introduction of arms with which they started plundering themselves, killing themselves, and so on and so forth. So it was evil. But that said, you did say that they didn't speak about reparation, so I'll rest that. I think what we should be focusing on would be, some of our disastrous colonial past. For instance, like what the Belgian Congo, King Leopold did in the Congo. There should be reparation for that, because it was a complete disaster. Paternalism was a disaster. The same thing in South Africa. The British and the Dutch should be paying reparation to those people. And you go to Kenya, the same thing. So I think these are the things that if Africa pushes would make sense to me than this whole issue of slave trade, because it won't fly for so many reasons. That said, but I also think, because if you look at it, it's the blame is on both sides, both the people who participated in capturing their people and selling them off, and the people who bought them. It takes two to tango. So, but the point was that this resource was used to develop Europe, while Africa was suffering, for over 400 years, like James said, which was followed by, the Industrial Revolution and the need and the scramble for Africa. And then, of course, we're still suffering the impact of colonial rule, because they didn't quite leave. Physically, they left, but you will see that they also had left booby traps for us and left their stooges. And so they have continued to milk Africa. But that's not even enough to explain why Africa is underdeveloped, because we still have countries that have gone through that kind of experience and they have moved forward. So let me stop there because of my time is up. I'm sorry.
Doctor, please let me just say one line. Mr. Tony, I don't know if you saw the briefing, but they don't even want to, whether you like the idea of reparation or not, they don't even want that word reparation. I just want you to know. They don't want you to mention it.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Thank you, Tony. Let's go to comparable facts. You have 4 minutes.
All right. Greeting everybody. I'm a little bit lost. Are we here for the history of slave trade, or did anything happen in the United Nations? To my own understanding, the only thing that I know that happened, a new task force was formed, in order to protect the global, supply chain because of the ongoing conflict. And, the Strait of Hormuz, has critically damaged, the shipment of food, fertilizer, and oil, which is impacting the economy of the whole world. Is that not what they did on Thursday? I don't remember any kind of reparation. I don't know where you got that from. Can you educate me on that? I'm lost.
What are we gonna do to comparable?
Doctor, do like tender. Swipe left. Take comparable fact out. Just do like tender. Swipe left. Take him out.
There's no fact. There's no fact to compare. There's no fact to compare. There's no fact to compare.
Let me finish. if you want me to talk about reparation, I'll talk about African reparation. But what I'm saying,
So,
no, you didn't know the topic. I think you didn't watch that part of the news.
Yeah, you didn't follow.
Maybe you didn't. You didn't know.
You don't want to wait for facts. You just want spill.
What was there?
And you want to compare facts. And you want to compare facts.
I know that the task force was formed. You know.
You didn't watch that part. So it's completely different topic. You are different.
Wait for facts so that you can compare.
That's why I say let's do Tinder. Let them swipe you left. Take him out.
Just read your name. Read your name. Read your name. You go understand. Wait for facts so you can compare.
Africa is not going to get any reparation. But even at all you get the reparation, who's going to gain from it? Is it that we that suffer it, or the government? The government is going to take it. Or, you know, for example, the country like yours, Nigeria. All this money they've been getting from the Abacha loot and everything, has it benefited you? So to me, it's a nonsense. You know, I don't think it should be subject to be discussed. You know, for them to repatriate you. What are they going to repatriate you? You know, that's a history. It happened. Africa need to move on and take care of themselves and stop begging for money. It's not happening. That's why you all are in dungeon right now, because it's all about the Western power. You know, you're begging for.
All right, compare.
Doctor, give him fast so that you can compare.
Let me just point out, because there are a lot of people who think the way you think, and I've had Ike, I think, say something like that, which is that we should move on. But if you look at the Jews, they are still fighting people who participated in the Holocaust, and for the next 200 years, if they know that you have something stolen from them in 1945, they will come after you. So you are not going to, the idea that we should move on and pretend as if it didn't happen and it's not a bad thing. It's actually a recipe for them, more people, the other people to do the same thing.
My point I'm trying to make, Dr. Gamage, the Jews, you know, being a somehow developed country, the people may benefit from it if there's any kind of reparation or whatever that was paid to them. But Africa is not going to benefit. We people, the government is going to benefit from it. Not the common people. That's where.
How do you develop?
Hold on, compare facts. So if you have tax return, if you file your taxes and you get tax return, are you saying that if you don't know how to use the money when they give it to you, that you shouldn't get your tax refund? Is that what you're saying?
No, I should be able to. But I'm talking about African mentality. The government you have in Africa, the reparation.
It just give you a comparable fact.
No, they say African mentality. Say my mentality. Say your mentality. No, they say African mentality. What do you mean by African mentality?
Hold on. One last thing. We have 54 countries in Africa. So let's say
have my time now. You are taking a little bit of my time.
No, because you are the one who is not informed about the conversation. So let's say that there was money to be shared, and this money was given to 54 countries in Africa. Okay, are you saying that all of them will waste the money? Because even if all of them will waste the money, they shouldn't be given the money.
I think about 90% of them is going to waste.
I'm sure that there are some that will use it better than others.
Yeah, but 90% of them. But
so there's no reason.
I think my main issue is that we should be striving for independence. You know, stop borrowing money and everything depending on the Western country. You know, to help us in whatever we're doing.
It's also part of it. You know, if you get more money, you stop borrowing.
Move on and try to conquer the world, develop technology, science, and everything, and stop depending on, you know. I mean, just like Nigeria that has become a rice Nigeria or whatever. This is the problem I'm having with when it comes to Africans. It's not helping us. That idea, that philosophy is not. It doesn't jam with me. You know, be your own self and be what you want to be. So for me, in a conclusion, I don't want to talk about that. I think this reparation is an illusion. It's not going to happen. Thank you.
All right.
Doctor, please, I beg of 30 seconds, and it will be 30 seconds, please. So, Doctor, you make mention of the Jewish, and I like that analysis very well. Now, talking about the Jewish people fight so much in the United States of America. They passed it in Congress. I cannot criticize the Jews. It becomes, I can go to jail for criticizing the Jews. That's how they fight. That's why any quick thing, they tell you, say that's anti-Semitic and then for that thing. In America, you can criticize American government. I can say, fuck you, Donald Trump. I cannot do that with the Jewish people. I can curse any other country, 191 nations of this world, but I cannot do it with Jewish people and everything. You know what? Why it happened like that? They fight for it, and they even passed it in Congress. So you say you don't care, you don't want to fight for it. Doctor used the best analysis that I like very well. If I have my tax return, if I want to take my money to go to Vegas, to go gamble, or to go carry BBL, it's my fucking problem. Thank you.
let's go to Ewe, you're next.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. May they break the money with Sharamo.
Correct guy.
So, basically, the issue of reparation, I think, is out of place. If we want to look at the issue, so we need to understand that the present generation did not actually directly commit the colonial crimes. They are kind of like beneficiary. So they did a lot of damage to Africa as regard to how they extracted the massive wealth from Africa, structural underdevelopment, created artificial borders. These are all issues we are still dealing with today. In solving this problem, we need to look forward. So, like a lot of speakers have said, if you send reparation back to Nigeria, who is gonna be in charge? You're gonna give it to this government that will load the money. So that's not what you need. The solution is we have to correct the economic measures and step towards global equity. So these are the solutions. So we have to look for solutions because systematically this is still going on. It's still going on systematically. So if the world they are genuine about it, they have to present a solution going forward. Because the way this thing can come in form of debt relief, trade reforms. There is no fair trade for Africa, actually. So these are issues you need to address, like the education and transfer of technology. You know, we are not getting a lot of this. Basically, we are not treated equally, even to date, and they are still stealing our resources. So that needs to stop. They need to let Africa country have their independence, real independence, and they need to support Africa country to develop a form of technology, a form of infrastructure, a form of education. This is just the way to go. But if they are not doing that and they are discussing at the UN about slave trade, they are just hypocritical. Because if you are actually interested in solving the problem, you have to address the issues we are having today, the issues we are having across Africa. It's not in form of let them bring some billion of dollars to Africa to do what with it exactly. You know, so this is the best way to go about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me point out before you speak, let me point out that the issue of slavery and reparation is not just an African issue. Here in America, they are pushed by some states that there should be reparation, compensation for people who were direct descendants of people that were enslaved. In California, they are discussing options, not just giving money to people, but maybe giving them free education. So the conversation is wider than just money. It could be trade deals, it could be transfer of knowledge, it could be so many things.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Sully, go ahead. You're nice.
Yeah. Thank God most opinion of our older generation does not matter. Because when I hear the older generation speak, I always just ask myself, what's the difference between the older generation and this APC? There's no difference. Most of the older generation are just hypocrites. They are just angry that they are not there. They have the same thinking, they have the same mentality, they have the same entitlements. They are basically the same. APC is just showing what the older generation is like. There's nothing wrong. You know, the more I hear the older generation speak, I realize there's nothing wrong with APC. They are just a representation of their age group. Plain and simple. And others out of the age group that are not inside, they are just angry they are not there. They are angry they cannot oppress the youth. They are angry that they cannot, they are angry they cannot do everything APC. No wonder people are supporting ADC. It now makes so much sense. And if you see the age group, it's usually their age group. just making some comments that are self-harmful, defending the white people quickly to go and push it to the Arabs. You know, everything, you act like you never fought a legal case before. First, you must make precedents. You must acknowledge the crime in the first place. You are not just going to run and say, it's a crime. Oh, yeah, give me my money now. No, it is not. Nobody said they are not going to meet the Arabs. Nobody ever said that. So why are you deflecting? Why are you helping the white man for free? Why are you working for free all over again? Is it a fetish to be a slave? You want the whip. That is just it. Some of you have this slavery fetish, but it's the older generation mostly, because this newer generation, they don't. So I already knew that somebody was going to mention that Arab thing. If you look at the countries that voted against it, they are still doing neocolonialism. They deep down know that they are going to have to pay. They are smart enough to know that, but they know that you are not smart enough to know it. They know that once it's recognized, next thing is payment. It doesn't matter whether we lost or whatever. Mr. Rudolph is right. If you allow it once, they will try it again, which is why they are trying it again. They are trying it again now. They are trying to do their second colonial movement. So those countries, you said, some people had the same issue and they were able to build their country up. Did they build it through peace? Even the Singapore that you're talking about was most of the ideas were for, it's not Kwame Nkrumah, I don't know if I said his name right, from Ghana. You know, that's where most of them got the ideas from Africans. Just that they were smart enough to see what they were doing to Africans and they quickly secured their gates. Plain and simple. It's not as if the West allowed them to do that. There's some people saying, the West should allow us they should support us with development. Why? They see you as their enemies. You are their number one enemy. Why would they help you? It's just like the people that say that, government should help us. Why? You and governments don't have the same interest. Your development is not in the interest of government. Your suffering and your lack of education and poverty is their interest. If you are educated and you have money, how does that favor government? But you will not realize that politics is all about interest. Talking about the government should help us, God punish you and help. That's what they will be thinking. So reparations was the reason why Germany went broke, and they've been fighting all these wars. It's mostly because of money. They caused problem, they paid back. Europe is going to go back to square one. These people made trillions of dollars. Their economy went from like maybe 3 times better than African economies to over 30 times better. How are we ever going to catch up without reparations? How do you want to catch up? So they know that once they pay back, things will be how things were back in the days. And now they cannot steal from you like before. They cannot enslave you like before to collect. When you look at most of the rich people, they got it from inheritance. You worked hard to make your money. Okay, so what? Not everybody can do it. Not everybody is meant to work hard to become rich. Some people just want to live an average life. All this average life these white people are living in UK and US is all a benefit from slavery, and they are not even utilizing it well. They are wasting their privilege, and you now say that we should not collect anything back. All the things you benefit from going to their country is a result of their slavery. Enslavement, everything they've stolen from you. You are just enjoying maybe like 20 or 10% of it, and you are shacking your edge. Something that we're meant to enjoy in full. If you are making $10,000 a year, if your system was working, you should be making 100,000. If you are making 1 million, you should be making 10 to 100 million. But you don't know. You don't know. Things should be 10 times. We should not even be going to their country. They should be begging us for work because we have everything. If we said that we should stop doing deals with everybody in the world, we will not suffer. We will not suffer. We know who will suffer. Their land is barren. They need your and you are doing free fight for them, talking about what about the other ones. The other people did not turn your skin into furniture. They did not turn your skin into leather. The other people did not let you sleep with your mother. That's where the word motherfucker comes from. That most of you like saying. Through your subjugation. Almost everything that you suffer, almost everything, even what white people suffer today is because of the USA does not have free education just because they don't want black people to have education. So they decided to start paying school fees. They don't have free health care because they don't want black people to have health care. So white people, the little that white people are suffering from is because they don't even want you to have it. They don't want you to have it. So they are not helping you anyway. So they will never vote that it is still... Slavery did not end. They just ended the unprofitable things. and they kept the profitable things. That is just it. That's why they will never vote in his favor. And it's not just about you. Why must we always make comments that will affect everybody? If you don't want it, it is better for you to be silent. Why make comments that will favor your oppressor? If you are silent and the reparations eventually come, if you don't want it, don't collect it now. Give it to another person. Must you say that all of us don't want it? Why are you speaking for me? Why? It's not even only Africa. We still have Haiti and all these Caribbean countries. Why are you speaking for them? Like, that's so selfish and so self-centered. Basically how APC is. You know, so thank God Tinubu is going to win next election so that Nigerians will suffer very well. Tinubu will unite us. I need Tinubu to win that next election so that we will be united, because it's only hunger and suffering that is to make Nigerians unite.
All right. Thank you, Sully. Dexter, you are next. Before you speak, let me point out, you mentioned Germany and reparation and the impact of that on Germany. I remember that as he was speaking, I remember that Haiti. Most people don't know this. Haiti had to pay 150 million francs as independence debt to France from 1825 to 1947. That's big money in today's money. That's why Haiti just couldn't get on its feet. You know, they were forced to pay that to France as independence debt. So these people are looking for who to pay them back for sometimes crime they committed. There's no reason why Africa should not demand for the ones there. Anyway, Dexter, you're next. Let's see.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody on the platform. Yeah, sticking to the topic. I think everybody has spoken well. Well, it depends on how you look at it and the exposure you have and going forward. So one, the reason why Africa is driving for this, many countries that are doing this, is one, because they're massively in debt. And they might say, yes, their indebtedness is because of the European countries or the whites. Fine. Yeah, they might be right. Do we agree that Rome actually captured England for like 400 years? They were in total control of the place we call England today, the UK, for about 400 years. 400 years. They dominated the place. Winchester used to be the capital of England because that's where the Romans actually based their capital. But you still have a lot of Roman relics. You still have a lot of relics from the Roman Empire. I've not heard the English come and say they want something from the Romans. You know, the Italians need to pay them back. You see, the act of leveling up, you don't level up by go begging. The moment somebody says, I want to level up, that I'll be begging you, give me something, but you automatically put yourself below the person. And I hear some of us talking about leveling up. Giving Africa a whole lot of money will not make Africa level up. In fact, Africa is not ready to level up. You're not ready to level up when you can't have free and fair elections. You're not ready to level up when you don't have a proper justice system. When there's no rule of law, when the rule of law is controlled by a few people, you're not ready to level up. So we need to start. I mean, I know it's more like a romantic affair. Pay us this. Yes, they stole. We were creative. We made stuff. They stole it. But imagine a man that is like a blacksmith or is a craftsman. He comes to his shop one day and they stole stuff from his shop. Is he going to be crying, oh, give me back all they stole from me? No. If you look at the old scientists, the old philosophers of old artists, whenever any of their paintings got taken away, they made another one that was even better. I mean, even think about the tech world today. Somebody goes and buys your tech startup, you open another one, you come up with something new. You know, so the fact is this, we should start addressing our lack of creativity to solve our problems. Africa has not solved this problem. I mean, you take Nigeria as a case study. You know, we haven't solved our problems. And then we want to go cap in hand to beg for money. We haven't leveled up in education. We haven't leveled up in technology. We haven't leveled up anywhere. The basic indices to check health, education, housing, we have not leveled up there. Ghana, Mahama can go and say because he's trying to do something good in Ghana, fine. You know, but we haven't leveled up. So to go and ask for money is only just we're going to waste it. If we have to tell ourselves the truth. We're going to waste it. You know, and there's, of course, I know Chimamanda's talk of, okay, you stole my property, give it back to me, and what I do with it is not really your business. That's very true. But this is not actually give me back my property. This is give me back money for the hurt you did to me. Now, the second thing is this. Are we, like in Nigeria, do we have the moral rights to go cap in hand to talk about giving back? You have to clean your own backyard first. You know, the truth is this. If we actually harness our resources, our human resources very well, it is the Western world that will come and beg to partner. That's the truth. They will come and beg, please, can we partner? Please, can we invest? Look, America put money in China. Many American factories opened up in China. China nationalized most of the assets. The Americans did not pull out because they were making money. Good, look, it's only trees that have good fruits that attract stones, you know, that people come to. Let's stop, you know, the idea that we are still thinking of it is when they give us money. No, there's the moral side of yes, the slave trade was horrific. We have to agree to it. It was horrific. It was a crime against humanity. Nobody can dispute that. Yes. But we should not use that as a caveat to go begging. There's no need. The moment you go begging, you've made yourself subservient or you say you're demanding this. No. Prove to yourself that, okay, you stole from me. Look at the richest men. The people, they lose money, they come back up, they bounce back. And that's what we should do in Africa. We should drive technology, we should drive education, we should drive healthcare. We can do that in Africa. And we should stop saying, oh, America, look, if in America they want to don't give back black people good education, why can't we give good education in Africa and the Americans come back home? Why can't we give free healthcare in Nigeria and the Americans come back home? The Saudis used to come to Ibadan before for their healthcare checkup. Why can't we provide the best health facility in Nigeria and people from America will be coming back and say, we want to enlist here? That's the way we should be thinking, not, you know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alexa. Let's go to Ovie, and that will be it. We'll change topics. Ovie, go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Praise the Lord, brethren. Solid. Thank you. Please try to come every day. They come. If you don't get transport, let me know. I go pay for your transport because I don't they old to the fight those who older than me. You know, I like the way you put that.
Okay, yeah, no, now that part you go pay for that so that make it get light. You say you need to get light.
Dexter, thank you. Yeah, you said that you know, now where people know reach, now they provoke their response, and I dig that. This issue reminds me of the Benin bronze when they returned the Benin stolen civilization. You know, and there is noise everywhere. I tell people, it is not because they just all of a sudden wake up, become born again, or because maybe they don't listen to Dr. Dameji, you know, some of his satiric and all that, and they've come to see the light. No, it is becoming more ridiculous to explain to your offspring that this is how you get this. Thanks to internet, social media, you no feel lie again, other than to say not steal, because you could not even explain how this thing comes to be. So it is the times that we are in that is bringing things to reality. So it's not about when an idea, when the time of an idea can not be stop them. So either you agree or you disagree. This is history unfolding. And one of the greatest insults during that period is still very in place. They say, people say, if they return the artifacts to us, we go steal them again. We no go fit maintain them. Like, how dumb can you actually be? Say, waiting you, out of your own out of your own existence, you're able to create. Somebody will tell you, say, you no go fit maintain that, you go steal them. And people go come public. They shout on top of their voice, thinking that they are making points. And the same thing, nine day happen. So, what the Ghanaian president led is historic. Unless you understand the history of the world, how things they go. All they wanted to do is to recognize, say, come, we did this. That recognition will shine light to so many things. The idea that we sell ourselves, people will come realize that one's a very stupid way of reasoning. The history that they deny us, just that acknowledgement alone will open that door, because you will begin to explain. Wouldn't even make you contemplate that you want to go that route. You have to not to explain to the people you offend. We don't need explanation. You have to explain to your own offspring, your own blood, the next generation. You have to start explaining it to them. Look direct to their face. Tell them how this thing may be. So nobody hold us any apology, right? We are not asking for that. But the recognition of that will also open the door that the idea that these people are great, that all their achievement is due to their greatness, will also come to light. That's exactly what the Ghanaian president is also shining light to. That all these things where they see so. To point to those people where they come colonize us again, that will not know anything, that something is wrong. Those kind of people, they will be forced to see their ignorance in their face like this. That is what this move is about. But most importantly, it will also make us learn about our past. Say now, people don't begin to realize that the British Industrial Revolution of the 1700s was not the first industrial revolution. People, they go back to the 7th century, 9th century of the Asian people, the Persian that we're talking about today. But what they fail to understand that as those engineering, civilization, and technology is going on in that part of the region, it was also happening in the Benin Kingdom. They are truly partners. The idea of globalization that we are seeing today being pioneered by the America was also in existence between the Benin people and those other civilizations. So these are the things that will come to light once that recognition comes. The Americans know. But I would say this, they like me, they no votes. That is how the civil rights issue starts, right? Until the Soviet Union begins to rub onto their face. How dare you spread democracy where even your own home, you still have slaves, you still have people that you cannot recognize as full human being. It was a thing of shame. It contributed to the results that we achieved in the 60s. That also you rub on our own independence. So when the time comes, there's nothing anybody can do. AI don't come. And one of the benefits might be that if I know something, if I qualify for something, you cannot discriminate against me because of my skin, because AI will point it out. This is the best candidate. That's how our history will come to bear. The limited suppression. So it is time. So thanks, Sule. The opinions, we ask for reparation. So it doesn't matter. It's not about that. It's bigger than that. After all, they pay us, they will use our money, pay us. But I also belong to the Mr. James School of Thought. I'm not asking for anything. Recognizing and leave us the fuck alone. Excuse my Yoruba. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. I will let Mr. James have the final word on this and we switch topics. Mr. James, if you have any, looking at different viewpoints from different, these are the Africans we're talking about. They have different viewpoints on the subject. I told my students on Thursday, I said, I've not heard from Africans. I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe some of them may not even know that it happened, like comparable facts, and that some of them may have views that this shouldn't even. Why are people talking about this? And maybe I'll show them this clip of us talking about this, and I'll see what they say. Go ahead, Mr. James. Round up.
Yeah, we have spoken well, unquestionably. but something was just crossing my mind while I was listening to him. We sold Africans to the white men. We sold Africans to the Arabs. It takes two to tango. If we want them to compensate us, our kings who sold us out to other people, they should also compensate us as well. That is point number one. The point number two, it's not only the Americans who were involved in what we call slavery. We were doing it among ourselves. So how do we resolve that aspect of the whole thing? Left to me, most people on the comment section will not agree. We should keep all these things aside. We should concentrate on developing ourselves. You see, the shortest cut to get out of this problem is engineering. Africa must industrialize. When we are industrialized and we are able to do things that other nations are unable to do, they will certainly come back to Africa to reason with us. So this is how I see it. Obi has actually nailed it. I said what should be said about this issue. So that's all I have to say.
All right. I will also, let me maybe give another different opinion a chance to weigh in, maybe Tony. But let me say this, James, if you say that we should develop an party from different people, concentrate, Dexter said the same thing. The Jews are developing, they are moving on with science and technology, but they are not leaving people who did bad things to them. They are still going and hunting them wherever they are. Even if it's 90 years ago, they will go back and deal with it. Why they are developing?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. The Jews you see today, they've been moving in and out of captivity because of this attitude they are displaying. They were all the great empires of the world conquered and lost that territory. They went to Babylon and they returned. The Romans took them into captivity. They just need to change their attitude. You cannot be running forward and looking back at the same time. This is one thing they should know. And take it or leave it. If the Iranians should win this very war that is ongoing, that is the end of the Jewish civilization they are boasting of today. They cannot, that's how I see it.
It's called the Middle East for a reason. It's in the middle of everything that's ever happened to the human civilization. That's what it means.
All right, James. James, thank you. Let's Otoni.
Mr. James, something that you said again, I know you say it all the time. I disagree to some extent. Not that it didn't happen, but my basic economics 101, there's anything that exists below 15% is as good as is not existing. What do I mean by that? Good percentage of we Africans, well, let me trickle it down to Nigeria that said we sell slave. We did not really sell slave as you think. It is gatekeeper. They take somebody like Oba Ovarowe out and put their own person, and their own person sells slave. This is what we call gatekeeper. It's not like the people choose to sell themselves, but they planted bad people to do bad things and end up give us that bad name. It's not like our people. And in every family, there's also bad heads. We understand tribes. We understand the war like the Oromia war and then the Ikereje war and everything. The Oyo Empire trying to extend all the way to places like Egba. Yeah, they might do it with other tribes and every thing, but it's not as much. We see what they use somebody like King Jaja or Fokobo do in Ashanti Kotoko, all the way to Ghana and everything. They end up still punishing, even when they make him do bad thing to another black person and everything. But oftentimes, it's not like that. Somebody like Madame Tinumbu and the likes, and these are not our leaders. These are not good people. These are the people that work with the Portuguese and the British to do bad things. They didn't emanate from us. They plant them to do us evil, just like as they give us the Buhari and the Tinubu of today.
No, the point is that majority of the kings were involved in this business, although they were not selling members of their ethnic group, but they were selling other Africans. Now, the white man can show that this is what we accomplished with the process of slavery. What do they have to show? Because the slaves were not taken free of charge. They were paid for. So what do the kings have to show?
I don't think you understand the effects of slavery. When you go out and work, they pay you per hour. That is called labor. Your labor was utilized. Those people, they were just paid maybe just for mirror or finance, and it ended there. Labor was used to these people by, they were bred like cattle. That means they were reproducing labor. There is nowhere in the world you can reproduce this amount of labor ever again. Do you know the amount of workforce they would have? These people would have built cities for free. All this infrastructure and all these things that you're talking about were built for free. And those people's children would have born children to continue from where their father stopped for free. The reason why you are in Gambia and you cannot just decide to take your bags and move to Europe, where in Europe they will also look at you, even though you are not a thief, the first thing that they will think of you is, oh, he has black skin, he's a thief, is as a result of slavery. We still suffer the remnants of slavery that you claim that is not so much, it's just little, it's not really that much, it's just there. We are still suffering from it till today, the remnants of it. And they still did not end it. They transferred it and turned it to neocolonialism. That is still affecting us, and they still want to use it to affect the next. Like I said, slavery has not ended. It not ended. They just removed the unprofitable parts.
Yeah, Mr. Soli, I agree with you perfectly well. The issue also is this. Why did they abolish slavery? It was not for humanitarian reason. Industries were springing up in Europe. They need raw materials, which they were not having. The machines were more effective in production than the slaves. So instead of keeping destitutes in their midst, they decided to ship them back to Africa, go to Ghana and produce cocoa, go to Niger Delta and produce palm oil, go to the Gambia and produce granite, go to East Africa and produce coffee, bring them down. When the goods get there, they determine the price they will pay for your goods. And when they process it, they will also determine the price you are going to buy it from them. So slavery is still continued. I mean, I'm not disputing that fact. But the issue is that we are not the only people who were colonized or enslaved in the world. Slavery is as old as man. If other people who were colonized and enslaved are making giant strides, taking giant strides toward industrialization, what are we doing? Look at the Brazilians today. Majority of them are blacks. I think the Yorubas, if I'm not mistaken. Or they've got themselves organized. I think I read somewhere that they are even producing fighter planes, not passenger planes. So what are we doing to get out of this mess? Instead of going about begging the white, we make the white man feel very superior by going to him to beg for, we should have better things to do.
Sorry, you keep on repeating this thing. We've begged and we've loaned money and nobody ever complained. Your generation never complained as much as you are complaining about it since. Asking for your legal rights is not begging. The reason why a lot of Nigerians and Africans suffer in the first place is because when white people do something to you, you let it go in the name of being a good person. Instead of you to sue them, take them to court and take legal action. You don't want to be bad. It's just small money. This one,
no. Taking the white man to the white man's court.
Don't tell me that what is my right is me begging. God forbid. Which kind of
you're taking the white man. You're taking the white man to the white man's court.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you did this to a white person, do you think their own people will be telling themselves that they are begging you? Will their people be telling themselves that they are begging you? If it was the other way around.
For them, excuse me, Mr. Soli.
If it was the other way around, will their elders be telling their young ones that they are begging the black people? I just asked you a simple question.
If the black man had done this to them and they want to pay back, they will not come and beg. They will get themselves organized before they pay back. Why?
Dr. David, can I chip in here?
Why is it that you and me, we are unable to get ourselves organized?
All right.
So what they went to do at the UN, what they went to do at the UN to qualify it as a crime against humanity, is that not part of organization? Or is it because it is black people that did it, you don't consider it as part of organization?
Okay.
Thank you. I have a rhetorical question for those that say we sold ourselves.
No, hold on. Hold on, Obie. We have to end this topic somehow. Tony, conclude.
Doctor, this topic is not good to end. Let people learn from it. Because our school did teach us, just teach us under 15% in school. Let us, this topic is good for us to deliberate it more.
Okay, Tony.
And I'm still learning from it.
I'll let Tony speak, and Ovie and Paul, and that's it. Unless anybody has a unique viewpoint else, we just go ahead, Tony.
Doctor, I think first of all, comparing the slave trade to the Holocaust, it's a misnomer. They are not the same. The equities here are not the same. The Holocaust was basically a targeted genocide against an ethnic group. That was not the same thing as the slave trade. But let us look at the nomenclature. It says trade, and when you use that word trade, it means that there are parties involved. So when we're giving the impression that the Roman came and took people away from Africa, that's not true, because it's trade. That's not the definition of trade. So, but again, you need to question the legal basis, upon which, because this is a whole complex thing. Yes, there was slavery going on in various societies all over the world. But what happened in Africa was monumental. The slave trade was monumental. The trans-Saharan trade was monumental. The trans-Indian trade was monumental. It never happened anywhere else in the world except in Africa. But my point really is that the legal basis, like you said, and the authority, to be able to establish who gets what and what will be done and how much will be paid is difficult. It's very, very complex. My own position is, we had situations where Africans were subjected to very, very inhuman conditions in their countries by colonialists. And I mentioned Belgian Congo. Even France in Algeria, South Africa, Britain, the Dutch. You go to the Portuguese in Guinea-Bissau, in Angola, and Mozambique. So you can mention those areas that colonialism was terrible, and I think we should focus more on that, because they destroyed and devastated those countries and made it even more difficult. By the time the Belgian Congo, King Leopold finished when they finished with DR Congo, in spite of the enormous resources that they had, you didn't have one person who was a university graduate in the Congo. You did it. And that impacted, negatively when eventually they got independence. Some of them, for instance, like Algeria, the fight was disastrous. If you look at the Algerian War of Independence, France has to pay. France needs to pay. And I think those are the things that we have to push. Mau Mau, for instance, in Kenya, and you can mention so many of them. Those are issues that we can target and say, in fact, I think Kenyans are pushing for that. That the British, the Portuguese, the French, the Dutch have to pay for the damage that they did to Africa. You can't come to people's place, take their resources and oppress them the way you did, devastate them, steal their resources the way that they did. I'm not saying that colonialism was benevolent or good. No, they came to steal our resources. But there are cases where you would see that there was abuse of total abuse that you can take to law and justify in the court of law. So, and I think those are the things that we should be looking at, not just slave trade, because we're all involved in slave trade. It's a trade, and we give them something, they give us something. So we're all guilty of it. That's where I rest my position.
Yeah, please, Mr. Ovie, kindly give me a minute or two, please, if you don't mind. Please. How sincere are we in this call for work or reparation? In the Republic of Mauritania, near where I live here, slavery was officially abolished in 1981. Whereas in Britain, slavery was abolished in 1807. While they were practicing slavery, this is what's called obnoxious trade or whatever it is, what did Africans do to call Mauritania to order? And what about the Arabs? Somebody rightly mentioned some time ago that there was trans-Saharan trade, slave trade. If you go to the Arab nations of today, very few of them are blacks. They deliberately castrated quite a number of them in order for them not to procreate. You get the point I'm making? Nobody is telling the Arabs to come and pay compensation. Why America? I'm not justifying what America did, but the issue is that we should also look inward. If Mauritania can practice such a thing up to 1981, I went to Mauritania about 2-3 years ago. The way they looked at me, the white Mauritania, who are even Africans like myself, they look at me, I mean, they equated, despite my education, they treated me more or less like a slave. You get, I mean, I'm not here to preach acrimony, because the things I experienced when I was in North Church, in a place they call, Carrefour Madrid, these are unspeakable things Africans should do to me as a fellow African. But how sincere are we? The way we treat our people at home, we treat each other. The Fulani man, what he has been doing now, if the white man happened to do it, what will you say?
All right. Thank you so much. I know, James, thank you. I know I've promised Ovie and who somebody else, maybe Jide. I mentioned somebody else.
Me, Paul.
It's me.
Okay.
I'm not speaking. I just want to make
let me just say this. Let me just say this before I will still let you guys speak. We are going to have a special program on this topic. We can't exhaust it today. We will make it a standalone topic this week. So I will announce that when that will happen. Otherwise, we are going to miss all the issues in the news, which are important, which is the format.
Doctor, why do you want me to believe you? I've been hearing this thing with you for more than 10 years.
No. We did the one about, I don't know. My producer was sending me messages now that we have to do it. So I have no.
Okay. Maybe because of your student, I will believe.
My producer is telling me I have to do it. I have no option in the other meeting. Okay. So maybe on Friday we do that. But I will still give Ovie 2 minutes, Jide 2 minutes, and Paul 2 minutes. So round up.
Nah, I don't need 2 minutes. I'll give the rest to Jide. Okay. I just want.
Give me if you are not using it.
I just want to. So now they waste the time. Say you see so to those people who say we were selling ourselves back in the days. So I just want to ask a rhetorical question. This trade, this business transaction start before the invention of gun or after the invention of gun? That's one. The state of Mississippi in America officially ratify the 13th Commandment, which abolished slavery, on the 7th of February 2013. So as at that 2013, slavery see they happen. So let me quote one wise Igbo smoker who says, "It is not your fault that you are born a slave, but it is your fault if you don't know that you are still a slave, because you can never get out of it if you don't know that." That is Ovie.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Jide?
I have just 2 minutes, but I had some things that kind of shocked me. I mean, it didn't shock me because, I mean, there are just some things that I cannot bear to listen. Like, so first of all, I respect everyone's opinion, but I can't imagine that some of us would say we should forget about our past and move forward. You see, you can never move forward. We can never move forward if we do not learn from our past. The transatlantic slave trade is part of us. It's part and parcel of us. It's part of our history. You see, I was talking to forefathers on one of our shows. I can't remember when, and I was talking about how our people, they clearly lack historical responsibility, and that's probably one of the reasons why Nigeria is where it is today. So I'll give an example. We cannot forget about what happened during the slave trade, because the legacy of the slave trade, every Nigerian is facing it right now. And I'll put the context. You see, the slave trade, this transatlantic slave trade paved the way for the colonization of Africa. We need to understand that it is linked. It is not separate. The slave trade itself paved the way. Nigeria was created. The justification for colonization of Nigeria was to stop the slave trade. That was what the British said. That's number one. Number two, I have just 2 minutes. I have more to say, but I'll just say one particular point. Currently, the US is sending troops to Nigeria. They're talking about Christian genocide, right? They're using, the terrorism going on right now. They signed security agreement with the Nigerian government. This is something we need to learn our issue. Because we seem like the Nigerian government is not learning from our past. During the slave trade, Lagos signed a treaty with the British. I repeat, during the slave trade in 1852, Lagos signed a security agreement with the British that paved the way for the foundation and the colonization of Nigeria. I'll just stop there. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jide. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to say. I just want to talk about this part where every time we keep talking about this, we selling ourselves. It was not like that as much as people can think. Is it there? Yes, that's why I use my economics 101. But it's not as much as people will always portray it, because I get that same thing with my fellow African Americans, and I make them understand Oba Ovarowe, King Jaja of Opobo, when he started realizing that they use me to punish my people, just like what they did with Osama bin Laden. And he said, let me give you back what you trained me of. You see the punishment. That's exactly what they did with Osama, is exactly what they did with King Jaja of Opobo after he went all the way to Ghana. You understand, to fight for these British people and the likes. They waste him, you understand, humiliate him and everything. So we should understand from the place of we fighting for ourselves does not mean we don't have our own baggage. But if we wait, if we want to put percentage of it, we are fighting a good fight. You understand? We may be coming from the place of the weaker strength to the other people, because everything have the place of strength and the place of weakness. But I can tell you, these people treat us very, very barbaric. And we should understand these things, because these are the things we'll use, like me living in America, to educate my African America whenever they say things like this, that, oh, you sold us, and make them, no, I didn't sold you. It's just a gatekeeper. And at the end of the day, even from the place called sold and slave and trade, and everything, they even end up put together, conquer everybody will become slave. It took us just 66 years ago, 65 years ago for us to even have independence. They even decided to say, let's just take everything. You understand? Then we started working for them and the likes and everything. So they really treat us bad. So if we keep asking for what we are asking, I don't think we are wrong. We may be coming from the place of weakness, but remember, like they say, comparable fact, let me make mention of your name. In our politics, they say minority will have their say. Yes, majority will have their way. But if we can have our say, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Keep saying it. Don't stop saying it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. One last thing. Like I said, we're going to have a standalone discussion on this. There are many angles to that. Paul just mentioned the African-American angle. They are feeling that we should actually pay them reparation for slavery. One of them, a friend of mine, when I met him the first time we had this conversation, he was saying, he looked at me and said, you were the one that was ringing the bell and saying, buy one, take one free. Buy one, take one free. How he described me. I was the one ringing the bell. Buy one, take one free. Buy one.
That was good.
There shouldn't be compensation to us Africans, because we were the ones. So it's a wider conversation. But you have to believe, you have to agree that putting it out in the out there at the United Nations and having conversations around that, we educate more people. A lot of people didn't hear about this in school. We didn't learn this in school. Africans, I'm talking about, even African Americans, to know that there are many aspects of this, different angles to this. It's not just one story. Like the person saying I was the one ringing the bell. I'll give Jagun 2 minutes to weigh in, and then we end this topic and go to, there are many things going on in Nigeria. We'll go to that.
You may as well give me 3 or 4 if I'm going to end it.
Go ahead, Jagun.
Good evening, everybody. It has been a quite decent conversation. I've been listening. I'd like to thank Solly once again for being the most sensible person on the panel, as far as I'm concerned, with the way he spoke about this particular subject. I'd like to also give kudos to Paul, and say that where James is coming from, it's not that I don't understand it, but it forgives, it automatically forgives a historical wrongdoing if you have things in the way James is putting it across. And I don't think that we as Black people, if we are to galvanize ourselves in any way of unity, we can do without this particular question and answering it very well for himself. I have to salute Ghana as a country again for being brave enough to put forward such a motion to the UN and therefore to the world.
And what has been underlined is that it is now recognized that it is the gravest world injustice done to mankind. And I think that's a serious recognition. Again, I don't agree with, is it Chris? Is it Chris? I don't know what happened to my memory. I've forgotten his name momentarily.
Just tell us
Tony.
Tony.
I have to kind of, we try to play a funny balancing game with either facts or reason. The Jewish so-called what do they call it?
Holocaust.
Holocaust. I thank you. The Jewish Holocaust, as it was taking place, they said 6 billion people died. As we grow, and we even didn't learn, all we learned about this in history in the UK was that these things took place and this is how they took place. But they didn't go into the minutiae of the Holocaust necessarily, apart from the stories of certain individuals. But when I've looked at the story of the Holocaust and looked at where the Holocaust was supposed to take place, and those so-called gas pipe infirmaries that the Holocaust was taking place in, what they didn't find is gasworks. And this made me scratch my head a lot. And then as I read into it, I read a lot. And then as has been said, the Jewish who call themselves Jewish have gone through a lot across Europe and Asia in being thrown out of God knows how many countries over their stem in the Western world, so to speak. So there are question marks. I don't think that they can be compared to the long-lasting effect that has happened within the Black caucus globally as a oppression to us as a people. Indeed, we all still feel it today, whether we know it or not. We all still feel it today. So I'm a person that believes that reparations can never be paid. And I believe that because I really think that if reparations are paid, it will bankrupt the West particularly. It will bankrupt the world probably. It will be a bankrupting figure. Because what kind of figure can you really put on 400 years of oppression, 400 years of economic downfall, 400 years of being stripped from yourself, 400 years of confusion for our people? I don't think we understand the mental calamity that we've been through over these years that went into our emotional imbalance. I mean, an African and a Caribbean and a Black American are rather the same, but for the differences in our culture, but for what they learned from the European. And when you look at what they learned from the European, a lot of it is based on violence. When you look at Africans, we're not really a violent, even the most violent of us, we're not violent in comparison to the West. We're not. We may not realize that. We may think, oh, we're always at war, this kind of thing. But no, that is not the way we are characterized in history. Yet we can see how history has taken place by the differences between the African and those who went through the actual pain, day-to-day pain of slavery. So I would really like us to understand this subject is a deep one. And I'll end on this, that Ghana has done well in presenting this. Nigeria, unfortunately, it's hard to know where Nigeria is playing as a country, if you could call it that. I don't believe we're a country as yet. But we seem not, even though we may act in it in certain ways, and definitely as individuals, but as a government, we seem not to be leading the way for our global people in any way at all. And this is a big worry for someone like me. I thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jagun. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to zero in on Nigeria, where the APC, they had their convention. Also, we had this breaking story about Nwigwe and 106 houses in London. El-Rufai just released from prison because the mom died. We will get to that and hear everybody's opinion after the break. Again, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. All right, welcome back, everybody.
I hope someone's writing a new holy book for the broken, the brave, and the kind. If no one is, eyes, and you think you could, but now is the time. Friend of mine, I was reading the prophet.
I assure you, many of you lamenting the problem of electricity, power. Yes, we are paying attention to that. The Grid Asset Management Company, CAMCO, which will inject approximately 1,500 megawatts into a new grid corridor. We are going to improve on it. Electricity will become better, and be assured there will be opportunity and progress in our industrialization path.
Wow. I hope you guys are motivated. That was President Bola Ahmed Tinubu speaking at the APC convention in Abuja. So the parties are coming together to put up their candidates for the election. And I want us to discuss that. I think we have less than an hour for this segment to end. So we've mixed two things together, just that. And then, of course, the issue of Wigwe. That's something that is shocking to a lot of people. Revealed by the Londoner, a newspaper in London, that he owned 106 properties in London. So let's put them all together, maybe with El Rufai, released from prison because the mom died on humanitarian grounds, to go for the funeral of his mom. All right, let's start with, I'm sure there may be somebody at the back end. Let me just make sure. Sometimes we forget people there. Okay, I see Dexter there. It happens. Let me go back to you, Ike. It's been a while you spoke. Ike, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. What I have to say about Emilio Kwan is, my only concern was that I don't see where a political party is having a convention and the whole federal capital of Abuja was shut down because of a convention of a political party. We live in countries where people have their conventions. They make proper arrangement how people move around in such cities where they're having their convention. In Chicago last year was a Democratic convention, I think so. The whole people that live in that city, they were going their normal business. But you see, Abuja was shut down yesterday because of a convention of a political party. It is the country we have found ourselves. The whole security apparatus of Nigeria was in Eagle Square. But we live in a country where other political parties will ask for permission in the same Eagle Square. They will not be given permission to hold their convention. We live in a country where other political parties cannot be given a free place to organize, have their meetings in the same place called Nigeria. But we shut down the whole federal capital of Nigeria because of APC National Convention. Also, one of my concerns is the new Minister of Defense. He was there checking the security, what is going on. But he couldn't stop the terrorist activity that was going on in Nigeria when he was the Minister of Defense. You see, this is why sometimes, when you want to talk about Nigeria, so many things get you upset because what is going on in Nigeria. Every security apparatus in Nigeria is in Abuja today. Everything is on a lockdown because of a convention. So I don't have much to say about what their convention is all about. I leave whatever the man in Asarok is saying. I leave it to Nigerians who he told us before he came in that if I can't give you power, don't vote for me again. Now he's telling you, even though that Abuja, he had decided to take the Asarok out of the national grid. And he now is telling you that the electricity is going to improve, So it's just, it is what it is, I leave what is going on, APC and Nigeria. I leave it for Nigerians to make their choice and make their decisions, right? About the man, the late Mr. Wiwa and his properties in London, this is the one we're able to know. Do we know other ones? We don't know whether it was a proxy with, for people. This is one of those things. This is one of the greatest problem we have in Nigeria, right? People want to acquire wealth to the point that they will not even remember where they have their properties. In order to acquire wealth. So I think that it is what it is. The man is gone. Even though at the end of the day, if the property belongs to him, what are you going to do? What can we do about it? It is what this is Nigeria. So this is the one we saw. Maybe tomorrow we are going to discover another person's own. It is. That's why at the end of the day they use poverty and hunger as a weapon to make sure that they will bend you to their own side. But I hope that one thing is very clear. Now he's gone. Does he know where those properties does he know where they are today? He doesn't know where they are. All those money he has acquired, does he know the way they're spending it? He doesn't know. All the properties he has acquired, does he know what is going on with it? He doesn't know. So it's a lesson for a lot of people who think that it is all about acquiring wealth. That is why we are living in this war. At the end of the day, when God calls you, you're going to leave everything. That's why it says it's vanity upon vanity.
All right. Thank you so much. Comparable facts, Ionis.
Yeah, thank you. I've not been following their convention. I just look at it as anything goes. It's just pretty much the same thing. There's nothing so important about it. We know how the convention happened in Nigeria. It's all about money. Whoever have the whole money, they're gonna, they'll be re-elected, or they're gonna give them the position to recontest. For Tinubu's sake, so he has already, nobody's gonna contest against him. So they already endorsed him as the next president for Nigeria. So, like I said, I've not been following that convention, because to me, all those kind of things are mundane thing. It doesn't really excite me to be following. So I don't really know what happened, except Mr. Ag just said that the whole Abuja, have been conquered by APC, no movement in Abuja. So I got the information from you. I have nothing to say about that. Speaking about we were, having all those properties. How did he get all those properties? We know he's the chairman of the bank, but that goes to show you that life is transit. You can't just all those properties you have, or you can't take them to to wherever you're gonna go, heaven or hell, wherever God call you to go. Just gaining, having money, corruption, or wherever you get the money, which I can't really, I didn't really follow the man, or I didn't even know about the man until he died. So I have nothing more to say. But the point is that life, you can't live life forever. This is the problem I have with people who just acquire property, without power is transit, life is transit. So that's my own opinion on that. It's pretty much a mundane thing to me, so I have nothing to say about that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Femi, you are next.
No, I was going to talk about what Ibuho said, but I guess it's a different topic,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let me let it go.
Okay. Maybe frame it for your rant, if you can.
Okay.
Yeah. Femi, go ahead.
Yeah. As for the convention, I just like what Comparable Fact said. I'm not even interested in politics as it concerns Nigeria, because I feel we're just wasting our time. We just keep going round and round in circles. So good luck to whoever is interested. When we're ready, would restructure the entire system. And again, it comes back to it ties back to what we're discussing previously. As much as one wants to blame the West for their continuous influence in what happens in Africa, for example, it's down to us to get serious. With respect to El Rufai, well, even that one is straightforward for me as well. What goes around comes around. Whilst I do not necessarily wish him bad, he's part of the monster. He was part of the monster that has been created, and it's not. It continues. There's certain people that are cheering on the situation as it stands today. But sometimes it takes people to be in the realms of power for them to look the other way. But there's always a karma. As for the case of Wigwe, it's not limited. It's gone. It's nowhere. It's not here today. But it's something that's quite common when it comes to millionaires and billionaires, especially amongst those that have things to hide, whereby they have a way of creating these so-called offshore companies in the likes of the Cayman Islands and Virgin Islands, just for the sake of running away from taxes or certain other things that just happen. I don't have too much to say about these three things, to be honest, so I'll just keep it that way.
All right, thank you, Femi. Let's go to Tony.
Yeah, thank you. I'll speak on two things. One, the APC 8th National Convention of APC that held at Eagle Square. We listened to the video that you played, the president speaking. I wonder if he took time to prepare himself, or if they tutored him on how to, because we almost saw a Bala Blue kind of situation occurring. It was just blabbing. But let's put that aside. Like Ike said, you are talking about electricity, provision of electricity. Meanwhile, you have disconnected from the national grid. And you made a promise that you are going to provide them with electricity. But that's just garbage. But the sad thing is that the party was holding a national convention at Eagle Square. And all the adjoining roads were barricaded. I mean, no access. Nobody could go there. So it was a total dislocation. If you were working in the secretariat, federal secretariat in Abuja, you were a federal civil servant working, you were asked to stay at home. So it was that day was a national holiday, Friday. It was a national holiday because a political party was holding a national convention. There was an unusual presence of security agencies, almost all of them were there because the party was holding a national convention. So you ask yourself the question, yes, you had 8,453 delegates, large number, ruling party, president was there, and vice president, and so on and so forth. But I think it will also make sense if other parties are also, if they want to hold their own convention, and they apply to have Eagle Square as a conference, as the center, that it will be approved, and that they will equally treat them the same way, lavish way, the security has treated the APC, and that if the federal civil servants have to go on, if they have to go on holiday for that day, they should also be allowed to go on holiday, because that's fairness, that's democracy. Otherwise, you would see again, that the democracy that you're operating is one that discriminates. It's discriminatory. It is not. There's no level playing field, and that is very sad. But let me also mention some contradictions that we see. You have Fubara Dagogo, who comes from his constituency. His ward has suspended him. Why? Because he went to court. He had bought an expression of interest form to run for the office of National Vice Chairman South-South. He bought the form, over 5 million. After he had bought the form, they told him that the slot had been given to someone else. But they didn't tell him before he bought the form. Now he's bought the form. They told him, no, your slot has been given out. And are they going to refund his money? We don't know. You go to Oyiborime Paul. He wanted to run for the office of National Secretary. He paid. He paid twice. Paid 5 million first. I think he paid another 5 million. And then he was told that the slot is reserved for some other person. Over 600 aspirants who paid have been complaining that they are told that their slots have been allotted to some other person. Mohammed Bello Mustafa, Esquire, founding member of APC, bought form to run for the office of National Vice Chairman, Northeast. He was told, after he had paid, he was told that the slot has been given out to someone. So this is the kind of thing that you have in the convention going on. This is what they want to come and ratify at the convention. So you will see clearly, the kind of democracy, internal party democracy that is operating within APC. I don't know if that you call that democracy, but let me leave that. Very likely there's going to be an implosion because all these people who had paid and they are denied the right to run for office, and they are told that the slots have already been zoned and given to. I mean, we understand it in Lagos, for instance. Unless Baba Sope, you will not get any slot. So that's unfortunate. But let me quickly go to what's the other issue that we'll talk about? The former Access chairman, late Mwigwe. Yes, Mwigwe.
MD, not chairman.
Okay, Mwigwe is a capitalist. I mean, he's a banker, he's a capitalist. I don't grudge him. He can do anything he wants with his money. The question is, how did he get these monies? Were they legally earned? I'm not sure that there's a finger pointing that those property and many more that we don't know of, including the university, were ill-gotten. I know there are issues now with his family, between his family and the bank, over some of those property and so on and so forth. But the fact that he has 100 or over 100 or whatever it is, I don't see why that should be an issue. If it's his money, that's he has the right. If it's legally acquired, I don't think that should make any topical news. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Sully. You are next.
I knew that people would defend that person's money. You see, about the convention, you cannot be buying tickets in APC and be crying that somebody give your ticket to another person as another slot. Like you're a joker. Let's be honest. You thought the corruption only favor you. You thought you were above the program. The typical Nigerian mindset, it will never happen to me. It only happens to others. So you get what you pay for. Donate your form fee and move on. Please stop crying to us. You can see that there are other parties there. If you really had the true following, if you really wanted to do good, you could have gone to join AAC, or MOP. But you are too big for AAC. You are better than MOP. Who are they? You are bigger than the program. God punish the rest of those people. It's only APC and APC forever. Now they collected your money. You want to come and now cry with us. But if you benefited, you will not share with us. So you get what you paid for. Now, as far as the Abatigwe, this thing goes, Nigerians underestimate how rich Nigerians are. Is it because we only mentioned Dangote? There are local government chairmen that have up to 1,000 houses. That means they can live in a new house every day for the year, for 2 years or 3 years. That's just local government chairman. And I knew this decades ago. So what is houses in 100 houses abroad? If it is money, no problem. The issue is that money could have been invested in Nigeria. It would have created a lot of jobs. It would have allowed money to flow and circulate. They don't even need to change Nigeria. Nigeria's wealth just needs to circulate. But the problem is that the money is not flowing around. The money is leaving the country. That is one of the major reasons why Nigerians are poor. If that money, let's say it was about 20 million pounds, if you have spent 20 million pounds, that's even considering the houses are like 200,000 pounds. Maybe they were even like 1 million. if you have spent 20 million pounds, let's just say, let's use 20 million, the lowest of the lowest value. If you have spent 20 million pounds in Nigeria building, employing people, do you know how much wealth would have spread around the country just because of that? But no, he has to take his finances and store it abroad because he's afraid of the system. That's why most of them invest abroad, because they themselves, they are afraid of the Nigerian system. So as long as Nigerians continue to feel like they are better than somebody has not won local government chairman election, I even hate hearing that thing, because if the person, if somebody goes for local government chairman election, will you vote for him? No, you won't. You won't, because you people are wicked. You are wicked. You just don't like the man. You think you are better than him. So I've just been waiting for somebody to attack Sowore, because I've been gathering your attack, and I'm ready for you. I'm ready for all of you.
Charlie, I want you to stay here because I'm going to talk about Sowore. I'm going to attack him. I want you to stay. Don't go.
That's good. I've been preparing for you. It seems like you guys are. I'm even surprised nobody is complaining that I said something about Alex Oti. It would have scattered the whole place. But you all agree with him, Loki, because most of you live abroad and you know what he's saying. So let's just give this man a chance, or you want to do like the white people and suffer so that the black people will have nothing. Are we going to keep on suffering just because you don't like the way a man looks or how he talks? You choose to suffer. So nothing surprising about that. But now, for El-Rufai, I was surprised that they let him go. The Tinubu I know, that means that guy is scared. That was a chess move that was unexpected. If it's me, that guy will not go and see his mother. He will rot in that jail. Whether his whole family dies, even if it's in a jet accident or all of, I don't care. That guy will rot there. So there's a bit of fear from the APC camp letting him go. They don't want him to build up this kind of revenge or hatred. But El-Rufai, in my own analysis, it doesn't seem like the kind of person that cares if his mother pies or his child pies or all this kind. I was happy that something happens that allowed him to, step out of it a bit. And ADC has already started using it for propaganda, because most people don't even know why it was let go. So you have a bunch of criminals that are doing criminality and doing the same thing as APC is doing, and you expect Nigeria to be saved. It pained me that they let El-Rufai go. It really pained me. After that, his mother's visits, I will be disappointed in Tinubu if he does not put that guy back in jail. I'll be really disappointed. I don't care. They should put that guy back in jail. So all of us should understand that APC is scared of something. People have been saying it before, but this one made me really agree. I wouldn't have agreed before. You let El-Rufai go for sentimental reasons. Is Tinubu becoming soft on us? Well, let me give another person time.
All right, thank you, Sully. Let's go to Ovie, who is 3.5 million votes today. Ovie, that 3.5 million votes, I know before your time starts, let's see if this is the explanation of what you have there.
To be put here, because normally we're always at the entrance of the convention. Since yesterday I've been protesting that they kept us here because we're a state that has a governor. Not that we spoke to our governor to cross to APC. We worked hard to make a governor for the state. And we expected that when you are considering positioning states, we are supposed to be one of the first states to be positioned, because we worked hard to flip the Edo State to APC. And we are also convinced that as a state that has promised Mr. President 3.5 million votes, to be kept in a place like this is not right. But
These are your people over here. 3.5 million votes. Promise.
It's an order, to we the faithful followers. It's an order. If you follow the convention, well, you will also hear that from time to time the guy who MC the occasion had a song on his lip. He goes there. If you see Asiwaju Hosanna, tell us say Hosanna, why would they hear Hosanna? You know, get a problem, Hosanna. So However, it depends on where you want to show your pic, where you want mirror your camera. So I understand where you belong. You belong to the opposition party, but that's okay. It's allowed, and which is at the center point of the convention. Yeah, if you listen to the Ashiwaju's speech, I think he started with the narrative of by rejecting the one-party system narrative. Say that the APC officially maintained that it does not desire a one-party system, one-party state. He argued that the credible opposition party is vital for democracy. I'm paraphrasing his words here. That, however, he framed the current dominance of the results of a superior organization. I mean, they are more organized than the opposition, and I think that's a very standalone argument that we can debate on. If you factor in what the oppositions are currently doing with the followership, not really know who belongs where and all that kind of a thing. And I think the president also used that a metaphor of a sinking ship. That people are actually, other governors are driven in wolves into their own party. That is a natural defection. That is a natural exit. That it is as a result of a sinking ship that is now expecting the opposition, PDP, Labour Party, ADC, and all that. That they are not structurally, sound. The APC position itself as the only stable vessel. These are his words for national development. So that was the argument, and that was a criticism going to the opposition party. So then he defended the Electoral Act. That I think he went ahead to accuse the opposition party that they were, depending on to hack the results. That's why the opposition are now actually in support of the Electoral Act. So they went on and on to try to defend that. But I think to me, the center point of that, the whole thing is what I've always been saying, that politics is local. I mean, they are saying that they're going to shift to that direction now. I mean, one way argue, all this why the people are left to manage, to cut costs. So election time don't come. We have to now pivot to them again to carry the party head on. So they are moving to what they call the politics is local. The core strategy of that is to maintain direct primaries. What they are saying, because leading to this national convention, they did their ward, local government, states, and all that. So that moving forward, there are going to be direct primaries by returning power to the Kakari members. Right? So I think if you look at it critically, it's also criticism to the opposition members, especially to the new form party, ADC, who belongs to where many of them are carrying party and all that kind of a thing. So to them, they are going to move to that local level and give power back to Kakari members. One will remember the days of PDP. PDP, power to the people. Then he metamorphosed to PDP, share the money. So they are going the other way right now. So they are accusing the opposition parties that their tactics is to buy votes. So they are going to the world level. The APC is aiming at making the opposition a delegate buying tactics. Absolutely an increased grassroots royalty. So they are focusing on the local champions, the village champions. Those who, say, these days, everybody now, there are a lot of, I don't know about the village. From my village, I think we have like more than 10 content creators. So what the APC is saying that they are going to focus on those camp people who are the mouthpiece of the community, right? And that is what I've been, my criticism towards the Labour Party from 2023. You just have to go there and repeat the obedient ideology at the local level. It's going to be very hard to beat. So they also focus on internal discipline, which is the argument of Tony, that the party is going to explode. I think the president actually recognized that the focus should be on internal discipline. they emphasize that the real threat isn't the opposition's strength, but internal friction. So the party is prioritizing reconciliation. They have their own committee set up to ensure unification of the United Front, party and other. So, and regardless of how you want to see the convention, I think you have to look at the other side. What is the other side doing? Because as a Nigerian, these people are already in power. Focus on those people who want to take power. Because if you want to save yourself from the people in power, you look up to those who want to take power, because they may be offering something that is better, but are they up to par in terms of their own organization? I think that is the whole point of the whole. I mean, the argument that they cover the whole state, Abuja. Of course, from number one citizen to the last person is there. What do you expect? So the security is going to be tight. Who are always going to be there? They matter more than people when they die. If you look at the way they set the system up, they call it the number one citizen.
All right.
So I will give them a pass.
Thank you.
In the expense of the opposition, they're not doing anything.
Thank you, Vic. This is what happened at the conference. All right, even their delegates were not free from the impact.
Hold on, Dr. Rudolph. Who are they tear gassing? I thought it's their convention.
Yeah, it's their own people. Paul, go ahead. You said you are not interested and nothing happened. You were mundane.
Yeah, forget about that.
Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, when I saw that video from Sarah last night, I was just laughing. You know, even with their dress code and everything, you see why we're having so much problem with security in our country and everything, where they don't embrace technology, they don't know how to use technology to do certain things. Today, in this present day world, when we talk security, these are not things you see. The things that you don't see matter more than the things you see. But in Nigeria, we keep operating like a bully, you understand? So you see all the muscular people who want to show, who feel when they intimidate people, they enjoy themselves very well and everything. That's our problem. But let me leave APC and their jargons that they're doing. There are problems. My biggest concern is Abat Wigwe. And Abat Wigwe is a very good friend to Ike Imokwede. They both found Access Bank. And when they started Access Bank, Abat Wigwe was the MD in Access Bank, not until before Lamido Sanusi introduced this thing that if you become managing director in any bank in Nigeria for 10 years, you have to go. So that was how they were forced to go. That's why somebody like Tony Elumelu left, Jimovia left, Olorogo, Tega Omero, all the big banks. You understand? That's how they left, not because of the one of these. So immediately they left, they kick all the chairman out. So they become the chairman. So Ike Mokwede now become the chairman of Access Bank. Jimovia end up go become the chairman of Zenith. He was the MD. Tony Elumelu did the same thing and never that thing. So if you ask if Ike Imokwede was also the MD, you understand, and now become the chairman, how many property will Ike also have? Because they also have a power. Doctor, many years ago, I bought Access Bank shares when they were doing this bank capital and acquisition and everything. They forcefully bought my shares back. You understand? Because I didn't really actually buy Access Bank shares. I bought, I forget the other bank. There's another bank that they took. They forcefully buy my shares. First Bank did the same thing. You can imagine Stanbic Bank, IBTC did the same thing. I bought Stanbic Bank shares. They forcefully buy my shares without my consent. You understand? First Bank did, I bought Trade Bank shares. They did the same thing. You can imagine. So these guys, they were just buying more shares. We don't know where this funds is coming from. These guys become extremely, extremely wealthy. Jimovia have a Global Express aircraft, have a Bombardier aircraft. Only him flies all this aircraft and everything. They are just stealing from us. We don't see how much taxes they pay as individual, how much do you make? Yeah, we hear top corporate people in America make $100 million a year. But you also trickle down that you also see that they pay taxes and the likes. But if you look at our tax difference to the way people who manage all this investment, you will be so shocked. The guy that also redeemed over 1 billion naira and everything. And you understand? So when you hear all this nonsense thing, you'll be so shocked. These guys just help people to launder money. They steal money. It is not profit. And our banks are doing very, very poorly. Nearly all the big banks in Nigeria, the tier 1 bank in Nigeria, they don't have up to 20% direct staff any longer. They keep reducing it. They are all contract staff. They don't pay them well. They use them like slave. They turn them to prostitute. When I mean prostitute, I'm talking prostitute from men and women. The guys are so aggressive to do everything. They don't pay these people well. They force them with their dress code. They have to look good. They have to do all these things. And they become corporate alamajiris. You don't want to go inside our bank. They will beg you money. You understand? At all costs. They don't want to go see some 40, 50 good amount of money in your account. These people will follow you on social media. Any corner you find yourself, they start begging you. They start doing the same thing and everything because that's what at the top, that's what they do. And when you don't have trickle down on the society with wealth, you get the kind of problem that we are having. I keep saying during COVID time, I got a pay raise of $2, $4. Before you know, I'm getting a pay raise of almost $11 to $13 pay raise. It sounds so funny when you talk $11 pay raise. People should calculate it times 40 times 22 days, and you see the big amount of money. And we don't have no union. You understand? This is how business understand that if the boss going to get, it's going to trickle down to the ordinary man. Everybody going to grow. And when we have this surplus, that's why if I'm bored, I just go to the mall. We go buy clothes, we buy things we don't want because we have the money. But in Nigeria today, what runs our economy? I hate to say, Yahoo money. I can tell you confidently, if all of us will say the truth, 80 to 90% of the houses they are building in our country home today, few people, maybe some of us in the West, the rest people is the Yahoo boy that is developing our cities, our village, and everything. You understand? The people who work don't have money at all. They are grossly underpaid. So they can't do anything. Graduates every day disappoint their parents. You understand? You are a graduate, you are working, you can't do the things that parents think, oh, I know my friend's son who used to work in the bank, who used to work in the oil company, build house, buy car, and everything. Parents struggle hard, send their kids to school to go get this job. They can't do nothing. You understand? They just become corporate alamajiri, like I would say. It's so painful, but when you go to the top, these guys are extremely rich. Nigeria is a barbaric country, and I keep saying it. I am not the smartest guy when I was growing up. You understand? But I'm the most handsome guy today if I go back to my old school association because of my money. I can literally punish everybody who look at me that I'm not so handsome those days. Because of what? Because of my money. We cannot run a society like that where everything is just about numbers. And even if it is number, let it trickle down so that you can live and let's live. Let us live together. These guys are thief, rogues. And if about we have 106 homes in the UK, ask yourself how many you have in the US. Ask yourself how many you will probably have in the Dubai, Singapore, when they were trading all those properties, all those apartments and everything. Ask yourself how many properties you have all around the world. Now his aged father, his children, they are fighting Ike Mokwede, that they started together because Ike now also don't want to release some of those things back to them and everything because these are all ill-gotten wealth. These are not profit that they can find any documents to defend some of their father's own assets because it's ill-gotten wealth. You understand? They did it from the black job and everything, help people steal. So Ike may also tell you that it's not your father's money or your papa just help people launder things. You understand? Nigeria is a crazy place. It's a gangster society. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Doctor, please. I have a question for Paul, if you allow me.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, one, I don't understand what you mean by saying that they bought your shares without your they bought back your shares without. I don't think that kind of a thing happens in the stock exchange. So I need you to clarify, because I have First Bank shares, I have Access Bank, I have quite a lot. The banks that you mentioned, I have their stock. I bought it long time ago, and I still have them. So I don't understand what you mean. That's one. Two. The second question is, I think you need to be careful to label people criminals, because you are not sure where they got their money from. You may not like that.
Yeah, I'm not scared. I'm not scared when you.
Hold on. You may not like that they have properties here and there, a property here and there. You have just told us that you are wealthy. Somebody can also say that you probably are doing some other hanky-panky business that we don't know. You won't be happy when they say that. But if you have any evidence that they stole money or something like that, I think it's better you make it clear here, because that otherwise that's just your assumption on your personal view. Thank you.
Thank you. It may be assumption, but I stand tall to defend some of those things. Like I will use somebody like Ojus or Carlo and the likes. When somebody said 1 year I make 5 billion, then the second question you should ask: so how much tax did you pay to IRS, Federal Inland Revenue? You understand the rate. If I make $50,000 last year, it is clear from my tax document, from my state and federal, how much I pay. You understand, in terms of maybe I have properties, I have investment, and the one that I make with what we call W2, the one that I work from company and pay tax. That's how you develop, that's how you defend your wealth. But if somebody who wants all this amount of money and federal government is telling you how much we make in terms of personal income tax in Nigeria, you ask yourself, all these billionaires, are they not paying taxes? If you don't pay tax, then that's fraud. Then any wealth you do, it becomes ill-gotten wealth. Then let me answer your question very well.
Do you have any evidence that he is not paying appropriate tax?
They don't pay appropriate tax because federal government...
Hold on. Do you have any evidence? No, hold on. Because you were specific. Do you have any evidence that Mwigwe did not pay appropriate tax? Yes or no?
No, yes, I do.
You have?
I do. Yes,
you have evidence that is not paying.
Yes,
didn't pay appropriate tax.
I do. Some things you take for granted, you may not really know. You live in America with me. If you own a property in Nigeria and you make money from that property because nothing happened, I can choose to rob you tomorrow. I can choose to punish you. Maybe you want to contest politics. I can bring out those records that you make money from Nigeria, but you don't pay tax to the US.
You know that you're on air, and you cannot make statements that you get you.
I just said did I say anything wrong now? That you make money.
I'm just letting
that
you know.
You make money the day you become an American citizen.
No,
they said anywhere you make money, you pay tax.
You have said he didn't pay. Hold on. You have said he didn't pay appropriate tax, and you have said you have alluded. You are saying also that his wealth is ill-gotten. Those are two statements that you made.
It's ill-gotten. When you don't declare all those things, it becomes ill-gotten wealth. It's as simple as that. It becomes ill-gotten. You understand? But let me leave that part. Let me answer your second questions very well and everything. Your second question: I bought good amount of shares in Trade Bank. So when Soludo introduced mergers and acquisition, First Bank took over Trade Bank, and First Bank forcefully buy my shares. You understand? They're supposed to merge my shares supposed to merge my Trade Bank shares into First Bank. You understand? So Trade Bank shares was very low. So every 4 shares that I have, they turn it to 1 shares in First Bank, because First Bank shares is more higher than Trade Bank. These are the things. That's exactly what they explained to us. Then IBTC, I bought Stanbic Bank shares. IBTC take over Stanbic Bank. You understand? So these are the things. Then the other guy, I forgot the name, the one that Access Bank bought their property. The guy went to jail. He committed some fraud. I forget his name now. Wanted to contest governor. I will remember the bank very soon. I also bought. So when Access Bank took over their bank and everything, they forcefully. That was not the plan. The plan is that if you say you have a shares with First Bank and like you have a shares with Standard Trust Bank, remember Standard Trust Bank acquire UBA, but choose to acquire to be a UBA name and everything. But UBA and Standard Trust Bank, UBA shares was even bigger than Standard Trust Bank. They keep our shares, we own our shares. So these are the things. So not like I own First Bank shares and First Bank give me my money back. No, the bank that they acquire, you understand, they make they do the calculation and everything. So we are not willing to sell, but they forcefully buy it from us and they just send us the money.
Can I just quickly follow up on what Tony said in terms of this thing? In terms of the finance, you cannot just categorically say that this guy stole money and all this thing. You don't really have proof of it because Nigeria has a very high population, and when it comes to finance, they make a lot of money from these fees, a lot. Even me, I used to be skeptical and say, but when you actually look into their books, they can make millions upon millions or billions of dollars just from the finance department of Nigerian population alone, talk less of the whole Africa. And most of his property was invested in with shell companies. That means he didn't necessarily need to pay tax. He could have set that money and he said, oh, he put it, he could have done equity transfer, right? When you take equity transfer, you transfer the funds to another company, you use that company to invest in property. So you don't necessarily need to pay taxes on it because you are still investing it just in a company name. So it doesn't necessarily have to be criminal. It could have made
you may be right in that and everything, and I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that another aspect of it that you must understand, certain ways that they fight crime too, maybe because it's not popular in our society, they also tell you come and defend the wealth that you have. Oh, we find all this property. It becomes you to defend. So if I'm buying a property here now, I can't just stand up now and say I want to buy a property here in the US, and that property worth 500,000. Down payment is 20,000. So it's 20%. So that's 100,000 naira. That $100,000. If I just stand up and show the mortgage company that want to finance that I have $100,000, it does not work like that. They investigate where did that $100,000 come from. You understand? How did I get that $100,000? They investigate it. You understand? Because that's how laundering comes. So, but another way around again, they'll tell you that you defend these things that you have and everything. I am putting it back to him. Come defend how you make those money. You might do equity and everything. These are the things.
Is it the man that died?
He bought over 100 properties. I'm sure by the time he got to the 10th property, they would have asked him to defend it. This is the West that we are talking about. He bought over 100 properties. If there was any funny business, they would have challenged it a long time ago.
No, you guys open now. You guys are focusing on the wrong thing. It just started now.
No, guys, thank you. We have to move on to other people. Thank you, guys. Jagan, go ahead. We have like 5 minutes.
I think I'm going to run out of battery in the next couple of seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have so much to say on these subjects. I still don't believe in Tinubu or anything he's doing. Anybody who does, I think their head is slightly swayed. The only thing about Wigwe that I would like to pay attention to is that it has one property in Ikoyi, the most beautiful Ikoyi property I've seen. If they're giving that up, I'm the first candidate in line for that one. So that's me on the whole issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jagan. And Sola, Eunice.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So regarding the APC, I just feel that the convention was just a charade. I was trying to listen to Tinubu yesterday. It wasn't coherent. I don't even understand what he was talking about at the end of the day. And for them to shut down the whole of Abuja because they're having a convention, it just shows how backward we are. And that buttress some people's point in the first conversation of the repatriation or whatever, or payment of money. I mean, they can redirect traffic. There are ways in which to do things. They can't just say, oh, everybody stay at home. Since you're working for the federal government, what of those people that are not working for the federal government? How will they get to work? People that have businesses. So it shows that like my brother in Dread did say, or somebody else said, they don't care about the normal, everyday trader, the Nigerians, as long as it doesn't concern them. And regarding El Rufai, I mean, El Rufai is still part of this cabal, regardless. He's still the same paint of brush. So if he's getting it now, he should wait his turn. Probably when Tinubu wins, maybe if El Rufai is still alive in 2030 or 31, he can also join the other group and punish the likes of them Tinubu and all his cohort. And they're already enjoying. They're at large at the moment, and it's their masquerade that is dancing. That is Tinubu and his APC gang. So by 2031, the Northerners will be waiting for them. And I hope some of them that decide to stay in 2031, I know some of them will be cooling in jail. So that is one. Regarding Herbert Wigwe, and I mean, it's a very, very sad story, regardless of whatever happened. But I mean, him having his properties, however he acquired it at the end of the day, is really, really up to him. But one thing that I know for sure, like Paul did allude to, is that you see Nigerian bank in general. I know that they are thieves, just proper thieves at the end of the day. I stay in the UK as well, but like the other guy, I can't remember him that spoke while Paul was speaking, is that the amount of money generated from Nigeria on a daily basis. You go to the ATM to withdraw money, they charge you. You send a text message to somebody, they charge you. You don't even withdraw money, they charge you. Internet service, SMS, 25 naira, 10 naira, 15 naira. This money is in billions. Nigerians don't understand. You're sending money from access to access, they will charge you. Access to GP, they will charge you. Look, people don't know how much this money is trickling into. It's a lot of money. And I say this for people, I mean, a lot of people don't understand. And some people who live abroad, they don't understand Nigeria. There are some people that are very, very rich. I mean, absolutely stinkily wealthy at the end of the day. And they call the shots, but they don't talk. They don't talk in Nigeria. They don't make noise, but they are the kingmakers. If they are behind you, you win elections because they are ready to spend their money. And these bankers, they are all into all of this stuff. They are so wealthy. I mean, I don't put my money in Nigerian bank anyway. I have my own money market fund that I put my money in. It's giving me interest every day, even if it is 50-50 kobo or 1 kobo or whatever. I don't care. Rather me putting money in the bank and they'll be charging me 25 naira or 50 naira or 100 naira every month, I'd rather not do that. So, but the point is that, I mean, these guys, these bankers are smart people. You cannot take it away from them. And they know the business. You can't take it away from them. I mean, if you're talking about, Nigerian bankers are thieves and whatever, what about the hedge fund managers all over the world? They all do the same thing. So we shouldn't more or less, because it's Nigeria, we now paint them with a bad brush. I'm not holding brief for them, but at the end of the day, the same way Paul said, Ike Imokwede and Herbert Wigwe, both of them had dealings together. And definitely, I don't think Ike will more or less drop everything that, that is in Albert's name or whatever to the children. But it's just a sad story. But the whole bottom line is, the whole country is in a charade. And at the end of the day, I'm not seeing any future, for the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sola, for that viewpoint. At this point, let me just remind people that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to have as our guest Dr. Haruna Goro. Most of you know him. He's been on this program before. He will join us to talk about politics 2027, especially helping us understand perspectives from northern part of the country. He will join us at 6:30 p.m. West African time, 1:30 p.m. New York time. So if you're able to join us, we will welcome you to be part of that conversation. All right, we are going to take a break. When we come back, we do the rants and we end it at that. So think about your best issue, what is making you upset. You can rant, and the best person that gave us the best rant will win a copy of my book, courtesy of Tope, Riako Tope, and Show. So we will do that when we come back from 3-minute break. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in here with us. We hope you're having a good time, let's go to the rant. We'll give you the chance to rant about anything that is making you mad about Nigeria, Africa, or the world in general. And we'll give you about, I think, 3 minutes to rant on each topic. So let me start with Femi. Let's see. And for those watching at home, if you can rate, I don't know if there's any moderator on the comment section. If you can vote on the winner.
That is mail-in voting. It's not allowed.
All right. So let's hear from. Let's start with you, Femi.
Yeah. So my rant is regarding the ongoing issue between Iran and Israel and how it affects. Iran on one hand, Israel and US on the other end, and how it affects to the world, not just them, the world, and in terms of the political power play, and how it affects Nigeria, especially what we can learn from it. I particularly I'm just captivated by the fact that sometimes when we disagree, some people seem to come from the point of view of the fact that just because they do not like what you're saying sometimes, you become a conspiracy theorist. Meanwhile, it's possible, like in my own case, that one has gone back to continuously re-educate oneself about the way the world works. I've been ignorant about certain things in the past, about how we continuously get fed what I look at as programming. And having done that, I just feel that it's only right to amend some of my ways. But it pains me when just because people do not agree with you based on sentiment and biases, they think that you're necessarily, you might call my own nonsense might be someone else's way of learning things. So I feel learning does not mean just because you do not like what I'm saying doesn't stop you from trying to go check and fact check and see how it helps the program at any given point in time. And as to how it affects Nigeria, like I said, it goes to show you again, like I even though it may seem as if I'm overflogging it, that if you think anybody is going to come and save you, I am going to repeat again, we are wasting our time. And I hope for the sake of posterity that what is ongoing, and I know you said it was going to be a topic, it might be now, it might be later, what we continue to learn from what's going on here does not necessarily mean that because you're mighty means you're right. It only means that we're postponing to evil day until that bully meets their match in a way or in a manner of speaking. And in this case, Iran, for example, for nothing else, is showing us Africans and Nigeria how to deal with how to deal with a situation especially when we face because again the phrase is existential threat, how to fight our way to achieve our own aims in terms of coming out and hopefully become a better people. Africa, generally speaking, now, rather than waiting for people or begging for our freedom without fighting for it, we have to fight for it and not think that it's going to, again, like I said previously, it's going to be served a la carte. We are seeing it live right now that it's possible to fight your way to freedom.
All right, thank you, Femi. We appreciate that. Comparable facts. You're next.
Yeah, my ranting would be about Nigeria. The so-called political revolutionaries, Showore. Like I said, I always like Showore. The way he's coming, being an activist. But I look at him as being very confrontational when it comes to politics. That's that only. I think I'm beginning to dislike him. Recent comments, because he's somebody that see white and call it black. Why am I saying this? The fact is there to back what is right. All you do is complaining. This is a person who has been running many, many years, even before he came into national politics. You only got 6,000 votes. Is that not a shame on you? All you do is confront. You have not shown us anything that you are capable of being the president of Nigeria. and you went to Abia. It's not about, I'm not from Abia, but when you see the fact, call it a fact. Like when I went home, I went through Abba to Umar. I always go that place. That man is doing an unamicable job. I'm not saying he has, he has brought Abia to, like Dubai or whatever, but comparable to any other governor, apart from Lagos. I mean, we know about Lagos. Lagos has the money. The IGR is right there. This man, the IGR that they have is, I think they're like number 18 out of 36 states. So they're like in the middle of the tier, and he is the fourth best governor in terms of physical budget management. What does that tell you? And the person like Shewore just come here and be talking nonsense that, Arewa market. If you go there, you see the fact. And the people are telling Shewore, this is what the man is doing. Believe them. It's just like Obi. People from Anambra, I'm not from Anambra, when they come here and tell you that they like Obi, Obi did well. But you have some other people, because of their conspiracy theory and dislike, they say he's not doing well. This is exactly what Shewore is doing. He never come out and tell people what he's going to do. All he do is complaining, disrupt things. And you here complaining. Everybody saw the Pampaso rally. Ovie, your guy, you want to be when there. The fact is that it's an empirical fact. And you call it a rental crowd. What does that tell you? It made me lose hope on him, So all these so-called revolutionaries that come here, I hope revolution is here to hear what I'm saying about, Your man is a damn, he know nothing about politics. He need to just sit down. He's not going to win. He may not even win a local chairman, a local council from Borno State. So, Shewore is a scam to me. That's my conclusion about him. Like I said, I always, I like him before, for what he stand at, he's going to do something, but I never thought he was going to win Nigerian president. So my conclusion on that, Shewore is a scam. So I don't even want to hear anything from Shewore anymore. Let nobody talk about Shewore. I don't know if he's working for Tinubu or not working for Tinubu, but the bottom line and conclusion is a scam. Let him go and rest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Comparable Facts.
Can I please go after Comparable Facts, please?
Are you okay with that? Okay.
Allow him go.
All right.
Allow him to go. Allow him to go.
Okay. You first of all, my own round to be defending Shewore because he has been slandered and attacked by the disobedient group. Now, Shewore is confrontational. Whenever we want to get anything as a Nigerian, when they have pushed off to the corner, all of us were confrontational before we eventually got it. Even when we left Nigeria, before we knew our rights, we had to learn how to be confrontational before we got anything that we wanted. So criticizing somebody about being confrontational when majority of what you've gotten in your life that has favored you was because you were confrontational is kind of hypocritical. Now, you say Shewore has been running for many years and he only got 1,000 votes. Shewore is not here to come and be desperate for votes. He's not going to go and sit down with Imam and be sharing rice and be sharing money and be going to price groundnuts in the market, just because he wants to be president. He wants people to vote for him out of the love of their own hearts, out of their own interest. He's not going to force you to be interested in his type of politics. You must have suffered enough that you decide that you want to do the right thing. Is that not what most Nigerians do when they live in Nigeria? They have to suffer and suffer and suffer, and the system will beat them down before they eventually do the right thing. So that is what he's looking for. He has told people many times that he doesn't want your votes. People like the obedience and co. He has told you he doesn't want your votes, and you people keep on ranting that you will never be president. But he said he doesn't want your votes. He wants the votes of the oppressed. You are not oppressed. That's why you are so comfortable to vote for somebody like Obi and Kwakwanso and Atiku and co. Because you are not suffering. Those people have not shown you shaggy. They've not put you in jail just for being a poor Nigerian. They've not come to come and pack your family member and put them in jail just because. So you are not oppressed. So he doesn't want your votes. So you say he has nothing to show that he's capable of being president of Nigeria. I know what you mean. What you mean is that he has not stolen enough funds to become a billionaire. He has not found ways to enter government to become a thief, to show that he has power, to have enough security following him with convoys, because that is what most Nigerians measure power by. So if that is what you are looking for to show that he is capable of being president, then he will never show it to you. So we don't need your vote. Now, you see, Alex Otis is doing an amicable job. Nobody ever said that he's not doing it. You guys keep on repeating this thing, and that makes me realize that it is not out of what Shewore said. It is just because you don't like him. Showore said that it is not that Alex Otti is not doing any job, it is that he's doing 50%. You go to this road, it's 50% done. You go to another road, that road is not done. Is it a lie? Did Showore say Alex Otti is not working? He said he's not working to his full capacity. There is nobody on this platform that will say that Alex Otti is working to his full capacity, especially if you live abroad, not just visited. He's not. He's doing more than most governors. He's working faster more than most governors, but he hasn't gotten there yet. And Showore used that as an example, not to put down Alex Otti, but to bring out the point that he's not coming there to bring out 50% work. He wants to do 100% work. Not the one that you tell me that somebody is a party of criminality, but now you have to work with the party of criminality to enter back in power. That is desperation. That tells me that you are not going to fight corruption. You are just going to make life easier for the rich people. You are going to give the people that were enjoying Nigeria at the head of the poor people back their position. That's just what you want. It doesn't benefit anybody. It only benefits your class. Then you said Showore knows, just this last one. You said Showore knows nothing about politics and is not going to win, that he is a scam. Yes, Showore knows nothing about your kind of politics. If they were practicing your kind of politics in America, you will not be living in America. You will not. So it is just hypocrisy. If you don't like the man, stick with your criminals. If you know he's not going to win, stick with your criminals. Why are you ranting? Why are you scared? Why are you saying he's a scam? You were never going to vote for him in the first place. So why are you so worried about him? It shouldn't matter. In your opinion, it shouldn't matter at all. Leave the man alone. Take your OT, take your OB, take your Atiku, take your Edify, and go and find salvation with them. You can never ever give these people the password to your phone, but you want to elect them as presidents. When you people run into trouble, the first people you think of is Very Dark Man and Showore, but they don't deserve your votes. And that is clear for you. When you are in jail and somebody oppresses you, you think of these people. But when it is time to vote, they don't know anything. They are not good enough for you. Nigerians.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sully. Let's go to Ike. You are next. 3 minutes.
Well, I say, it's just to remind my brother, Obi Kubana, who went to BBC to apologize to Ndi, but that this is just the beginning of his problems, right? He's not apologizing to nobody. We didn't accept his apology. And that apology remains with him and the BBC News where he went to make the apology, right? When he decided that he wants to bring Debo to the center, you know, I don't really wish any of my brothers bad, you know. I'm happy for him. He's a successful businessman. But he should be able to understand that the separation between politics and business. I know two of them married together, but if you want to play politics, you should be able to, you know, follow people who have been playing politics, right? He has his own opinion, you know, but what he said that Igbos lack knowledge, you know, if he's, it's sad. But I just want to tell him, like every other, some of Igbo men and women who has told him the same thing, that apology is unacceptable. We don't accept his apology. And nobody is questioning him to become a member of City Boys movement. We're not going to force anybody to belong whatever you want to be. If you want to be a member of City Boys, fine. If you want to be a member of the Village Boys, fine. Wherever you want to belong, I'm not going to choose anything for you. But sometimes also we try to mind our languages. For him to paint the Igbos, the first time I said here, including Dr. Rudolph, he doesn't lack knowledge also, including Chiamanda, we lack knowledge. Professor Cyprian Lekwesi, Achina Achebe, all of us, we lack knowledge. You know, the late Obiozos, we lack knowledge. Okadibos, we lack knowledge. Only Obi Kuban and Obi Chief Priest has knowledge. So they should mind what they say, because at the end of the day, you will east, west, north, south, you will still come back home. You know, so I just feel that we have not accepted that apology. He knows what to do, and when he does that, we will know that he has we know that he has apologized, because it's not only me that is telling him. Even the traditional rulers in Igbo land, they are speaking. They are telling him he cannot, because you want to go and play politics. You don't just say certain things. We are cultured, So I just feel that he should do his best to make sure that he make peace with his brothers and sisters. That's my candid advice. Like I end like this, he's free as a Nigerian like me. I'm free to be obedient to the day God called me to come to heaven or go to hell with him. I am an obedient. But for you to say that the Igbos lack knowledge because I don't want to become a member of APC, that makes me to lack knowledge. I'm sorry, that apology is not acceptable. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you, Ike. Let's go to Tony.
Yeah, my rant would be on El-Rufai. First of all, I don't see any fanfare or so in his release. I think that if you have anything against a man, you take him to court. You don't put him in prison first before you begin to prosecute him. You take him to court, and then the court process would take its place. And whatever the man has done is bailable. So if you are haranguing the man, as it appears, because he has made certain statements, or because he's fighting the establishment, which he once helped to put in place, I think that's unfortunate, because that's not how things are done in developed countries. I have said somewhere in another platform that the trouble that El-Rufai is going through is just a quarrel between two brothers, himself and the NSC. Because from my own assessment and just looking at the situation, I foresee Ribadu being prepared for to take over from Ashiwaju, as the presidential candidate of APC. That's my reading. And if you have an El-Rufai that is challenging the establishment, it also means that he's also threatening the possibility of Ribadu becoming the presidential candidate of APC. But I also made haste to say that I see a situation where the quarrel will be settled somewhere in the north, that one big person will call the two of them and tell them to take it easy. So I'm not surprised that he's let go under whatever guise. That's my submission, but that's the Nigeria that you have, full of contradictions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. And we are going to 3.5 million votes over here. To be honest.
Yeah, my rant today is more of a concern. And that concern was informed by the conversation you started with, the transatlantic slavery and what the Ghanaians are doing. And I think we should be concerned too because of the phase that we are going through now, especially with the African people. During the agricultural revolution, there was an invention called the cotton gin. Was invented around 1794, which is to pretty much aid the output of cotton by individual. If they produce 10 pounds before doing everything manually, with the invention of that machine, we will scale your production to like 20 to 40 pounds, just like that. Now, that's a good thing. It helped, it reduced the effort where humans they put into production of cotton. But at the same time, he scaled up the production, so more demands, more to export, which inform more slaves to work in the field. So that's why they scale up the transatlantic slavery. I mean, to those who believe in ourselves, they sell ourselves. So people begin to sell people more because the demand is higher. 100 years later, after the First World War, Henry Ford, revolutionized the factory line. The different way of going from agricultural revolution to the industrial big machine. Again, when we're happy that, of course, men, people where they sell, come, they're not going to use, muscle again. The sort of school system to brainwash us, to fit into the new adventure of the Western world, right? The more they carry, the more people they suffer. The difference is that now we they beg. People will believe in ourselves that they sell that time. Now we they beg, right? Then carry this price as small. It's a national issue. They are begging to come and do the same thing that the state people do. The only difference is that they pay us. But the question is that what would they use the money to? Would they give them back? Now it's 100 years again. There is another invention called the humanoid robots. We don't talk about that much. And AI. Maybe in the next 5 years, Dr. Damage is going to say to Nigeria and the rest of them are too annoying. Now robots will go the reason like them, we go to put. The human robot is coming to aid human civilization, human development. But what does that leave us again? At a point whereby at the population they increase, the workforce they change. We are going to have more factories in Nigeria, but they are ultimately going to be automated. So we are going to have more people, healthy, educated, nothing to do. It's called the useless generation. So I'm worried about by 2070, when the population will don't reach 500 million, right? And we don't have like 10 billion robots in our workforce. What is that going to leave us? That time, we no sell ourselves again. We no beg to come. They don't even want us. And guess what? We're not going to put the Sibola Tinubu they blame or Akpabio, because maybe by that time, all our leaders, maybe in that device, will they communicate with them. That's my concern.
All right. Thank you so much, Ovie. Let's go to Master.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Well done.
How you doing?
We dey hail you from Nigeria. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm okay.
Okay.
I think you guys are just ranting, so maybe I'm too late. But it's okay. Is anybody going to host the late night show?
Yeah, Forefathers is around, I think.
All right. So I will pass over. I don't think I will. I'm too old to rant.
But were you in Abuja during the APC?
Yes.
Good question, Dr. Damage. Good question. I saw his glimpse.
Yeah.
Making life first. Master, where you go lie.
Did you encounter any problem with movements and the people complained about? Okay.
I'm an old resident, so you will know. The only thing that look, I know how this thing is. If you are looking for your way around, there are some places like Eagle Square. You shouldn't go around it. And the good thing about Abuja is that the road network is good. There are always alternative routes, so you can avoid all this problematic press. If you have your business meetings, you shouldn't invite any business partner into Abuja around this time, because hotel would also be a problem. So I don't think somebody like me, I'm not even aware that convention has held. The only thing, in fact, the truth is that it's just when we finish praying this late night prayer around 7 that one of my neighbor is saying that that did I see that they were tear gassing people in the convention center, so. But it's fine. We are old Nigerians. We believe that change will come, even though it will come from the margins. But no, I didn't. I don't think I don't think I even drove out today. I don't think I drove out.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Comrade Omori, you're next.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Greeting to all the panelists and those on the commentariat. Kudos to Dr. Damages once again for your good job of giving us the opportunity to air our views, every time. I'm just here because of one concern. Somebody wanted somebody to wait because he wanted to attack Eshwari. It is attacking Eshwari from the wrong angles. We pretend to be fighting for Nigeria. We pretended to be talking every time And we're doing it selfishly from our own angle. We are worse than those we blame. We are worse than the Tinubus of this world. We are worse than the Buharis of this world. The only difference is that we have not had our opportunity. Our tribalism, our nepotism is not different from what Buhari has exhibited. The only reason why we see those ones because they have had an opportunity to be on the stage. Mr. Paul, you were talking about Shoguri. You know, I mean, I want to set the record straight. For the past 10 years, I've not spoken with Shoguri. I don't even have his number at the moment, but I know where he's coming from. I know where we have been together. So nobody should come here, come and baboozle us into a full paradise. You raised some very vital issues. You started by saying, I mean, the reason why you are attacking Shoguri, you used to love him. Shoguri does not need your validation. Shoguri does not need your romance. Does not need your love. He does not need your validation to do what he has been doing, even when you were nowhere to be found. You say Shoguri is not making any political headway. Are you too young to run, Mr. Paul? Are you still there? Let me remove my glasses. Are you too young to run? Are you everybody waiting for Shoguri? Sacrificing his life, his family, his business, everything on the line for you guys. What are you doing apart from coming here to rant, to speak rubbish every weekend? Are you guys not ashamed? Why is everybody waiting for Shoguri? Shoguri is just a human being like you. The only reason why you're castigating Shoguri because he has spoken against your Messiah. In 2023, you said anybody that was not supporting your Messiah, your nomadic political harlot, was against the Nigerian system. Now, instead of apologizing to Shoguri for making that error, if Shoguri had joined them, has supported his political party to join them in Labour then, which to you was the only way to Nigerian freedom, Shoguri would have been now following your Messiah, your saint, quote and unquote. So I mean, to another, because he will soon be fed up in ADC. He has just discovered now that he has made another political blunder. You say Shoguri is not a good politician. I think good politician like you, quote and unquote, are the people misleading Obi. Obi is a very good man. He might be a very good man. Let me know. I don't want to attack that guy because if I see Obi in the middle of those Barabbas and the other criminal, I still have my reservation. Not that I don't have something to tell him. But I don't want to attack that man. People like you, the good politicians like Paul and Obi, are the ones making him to make series of jump from one mistake to the other. He's almost in the political wilderness, if not political oblivion. It's just a few months from now. As I 10, 11 months ago, we're telling you how dangerous the move he was making, dining with the same political criminality. You guys were here telling us that we're more Catholic than the Pope, that we're no more than Obi, that we cannot know politics more than Obi. Today, where are you guys? You're almost making another move. You have gone to Kano recently. Maybe on your way to, what's that Kwakwasian's party? Oh, Kwakwasi doesn't even have a party. He's not in control. You might be negotiating with this thing of Bayelsa now. You are looking for another platform because you know politics very well. But Shoguri might not know politics. At least he has his own party where he can say, I am in charge. So that his ideological belief can be, displayed. He is not in a hurry to win election. He's just around to wake up your consciousness. People like you that have been docile and gullible over the years to follow your zombie followership. He's trying to send a message to you. And he's doing that very well. Shoguri has given birth to the lives of Very Dark Man and millions of other people. And you raised a lot of series of questions, contradicting yourself. What was it that he said about you? He had recognized the fact, he acknowledged the fact that Oti was his personal friend. In fact, Oti used to have a page on Sahara Reporters where he was criticizing other governors. Now that you are in charge, Shoguri was saying to remind Oti, don't play the way they have been playing it here. Do those things you have been writing on my platform. The real development, not the washy-washy type of development like we have in Edo State, coming from that Besa and the Moroccan governor of Edo. This is time for reality. Do the practical things you have been castigating others for not doing. Your greatest surprise was the shock, the reception of Shoguri in Abia. That is your shock. You guys don't know how to come out to say, you guys have made a mistake. Now you're looking for who to blame. Shoguri is not the time you have to blame. Paul, once again, are you too young to run? You'll probably be richer than Shoguri. But he doesn't have the kind of courage and consistency he has over the years. You are here telling that Shoguri is innocent. The real innocence here is you. That is waiting for your younger brother or someone that probably be of the same age with you to do everything while you are here ranting nonsense every weekend. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. When Nigerians are ready, we will know. You guys are not ready. You are selfish. You guys are bigots. You come here every time, you hide under a tribe and other tribe and religion and ethnicity to pretend as if you are concerned about Nigeria. You are not concerned. You know the games you are playing, and the game is up. So whether it might not be a good position, it's better than your Messiah, it's better than your saint. He doesn't pretend about it. He doesn't move around like a harlot from one party to the other. He sticks to his opinion and his ideologies. By the time you are tired, you are willing to welcome those ideologies. Nigerians will know. I'll begin to talk of the change we talk about. Thank you and God bless you. I adopt my heart.
Thank you, comrade. Victory. For those watching at home, remember to rate the people ranting, and if there is any moderator on the comment section, please tally the votes and we can announce the winner. All right, Victory, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and good evening from my end, and good evening everyone on the panel. I wouldn't say I'm ranting. My thing is going to be about Shure. That guy, Shure, is either is mentally sick or he's been planted there. But I think I will go with the last option. The last word I said is it's an agent. I will say it's a foreign agent. He's lucky he's not in China, because you know what the Chinese do to foreign agents. Rudolph, like, I know it's your friend. Like, maybe I should even consider you as a foreign agent as well, Rudolph. You know, Shewere is so sick, or I don't know. Maybe, like I said, either is sick or deranged, or it's just a foreign agent. It's a spoiler. And I will start with this. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria, there are so many things happening at the same time. There's no security, there's no light, there's no healthcare.
Because it's not supporting your Messiah.
Hold on. Come on, let him speak.
Comrade, please let me speak. Now, when you were right, I didn't interrupt you. Yeah. It's meant to be a discussion, not a one-way thing.
That should disqualify him for contesting for the book.
So, because I'm saying to you that either he's sick or deranged or is an agent, and I will say it's an agent, and I will draw you back to this root of. Remember when David Hunde said something that you cannot move from 1 to 10. Change is an incremental basis, and even in life, if you've done anything in life before, you've run business before, you understand what I'm talking about. You can't jump from 1 to 10. It's like incremental change. You move from 1 to 2, 3 to 4, and all that stuff. And he said that, and that's my view right now. I don't think Nigeria cannot be a first world country in the next 30 years or 50 years. Just give me something like Turkey. Let me have regular light, the security, basic medical facility, something like that, something basic. That's what Nigerians are asking for. But this guy, Shure, keeps attacking the opposition. Ask Shure that what is opposition on security? What are you going to do to fix security? What are you going to do to fix the healthcare? I'm telling you, 2 weeks ago, my wife lost his nephew. You know the reason why? This guy had asthma. He had crisis. He wanted to be the hospital. They don't have oxygen. This boy died. 11-year-old boy died in Nigeria. So Shure does not see all those amount of issues happening in Nigeria. He keeps talking about opposition. What are you going to do? If you be running for government position, you've not won anything. And like what people will say that politics is local. Shure, go to your local government and run from there. Become a local government chairman. Show me what you have done. I don't believe in talking. Okay, if it's not yourself, what about somebody from your party that we can point to that this is what somebody from my party have done. This is our policy. This is what they've done at the local level. Start from there. I want to see something first before you jump to say you want to become a president. I want to see what you've done first. And when people say this, people will say that, oh, you're criticizing Shure. I'm not criticizing him. If you look at this man antecedents, what he's done, you will know that anybody that his brain is intact, you will understand that no. This guy is up to something else. So again, I would say that, like the other guy that said to you that he's a political content creator, and he laughed. He didn't answer that question very well. He just kind of deflected. So, and if you know, like, if you know what this APC government is right now, do you think Shiwere will actually be walking free if it's not part of them? We all know why Nnamdi Kanu is still being held right now. Do you think somebody will organize end bad government protests and will still be walking free this today? Bola Tinubu government. People are stupid. We all know who this guy is working for. You cannot organize that kind of protest and still be walking free in Nigeria till today. Did you not see the video of him with the NSA laughing? Did you not see that? That was last year. So, like I said, this guy is a joker. Rudolph, when you speak to him, I know he doesn't listen to anyone. Tell him to talk about what is affecting Nigerians and how is he going to fix it. You have a party, only you are the chairman. Who has ever audited this party? And he keeps running his mouth. This guy is sick. He keeps running his mouth. And the thing is, they piss me off that he have access to go to channels or Arise. He will just be talking. Anytime he goes there and talk, people should come out as well and pay time, airtime, and tackle him. Tell us what you're going to do about this. Not just criticize. What are you going to do to fix it? Rudolph, I had enough of that guy. Tell him that, in short, we've not started yet. He's going to collect woto. This is just the beginning. I'm telling you this, Rudolph.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much, Victory. I will try to get him to come on the platform and respond to some of.
Please don't waste your time bringing him to the platform. Even if he answers their question, they won't change their opinion. You notice that they keep on repeating the same thing that this guy has answered over. That means they don't want to hear his answer. They just have a fixed opinion. Don't waste your time. Don't waste the man's time.
All right. Thank you. Solly, let's go to Prince Akwachi.
Dr. Damages, so good afternoon.
Yeah.
And thank you for letting me. I was thinking you were gonna join us. We are doing a no kings. So I'm just coming from there. See, no kings allowed. You know, I would have done a coverage, but I didn't want to start showing people's faces and all that stuff. If not, I would have taken some. Well, you know what? I think I'll be able to. A lot. The streets are really blocked. A lot. When you talk about, I went to 3 places. I went to where we call Novato. Novato is close to, you know, when you talk about San Rafael, Santa Rosa. I also came to Warnock Creek. I went to Berkeley. Those places are all filled up with people. But that's by the way. I would have stepped back and just listened. But there is this thing I've been trying to, thanks to, you know, Victory, thanks to Comparable Facts, you know, Man of Prestige, aka Man of Prestige and all that stuff. And I have a problem when people like Solly comes on here and talks and talk. And the next thing when people talk, it's insult and other kind of a thing. First and foremost, I will talk about Shiwere. Shiwere is my age mate. I can talk about him. I can talk about him. I knew when he was a student union president. Okay, I was as well at school when Abacha was fought. I was part of it. When Babangida was fought, I was part of it. As a matter of fact, because of Babangida, I saw a lot of bodies. I shed tears. I was actually at between Mushin and Oshodi. That I was not high that day was just by the grace of God. And what was my sin? That I went to school and I got caught up in the protests and all that stuff. And the next thing, the soldiers were released onto the streets. I knew how many dead bodies I counted. I knew how we were using kerosene to, wipe our eyes. So when people talk about the struggle, they should please sit down somewhere and shush. I mean, When you talk about Abiola, was Abiola a saint? And when you talk about Sowore said that Abiola is his idol. Okay? And at the same time, that Fela is also his idol. And when you think about those two people, Fela and Abiola, we know that Fela and Abiola will never, cross each other. Because Fela knew very well how Abiola was. But did that stop us from supporting Abiola when he came out? It did not. We supported him. Abiola is very much synonymous with ITT, which Fela called international thief, and we all know how that thing went. So when people come here and they run, they talk. When you say anything, they say, "Oh, because you are supporting this person." Let me tell you, you guys are just a victim of indoctrination. When they put you in that mindset that every other person is bad and they are the only one who are saint, that's why they're giving him Sowore. I hope they will open one Catholic church and just name it Saint Sowore. He that without sin. The same person, we knew how Sowore was flown abroad by the same Tinubu. But he will come here and lie and cover up and do all that stuff. Most of the bad leaders we had was because of him. To the extent, the most recent one that Jonathan was removed was, he was among the people who said all he said, did all he did with his Sahara reporters. As a matter of fact, I even knew when he was meeting Amechi and Wike. So the thing is this, okay? We are all adults. Support who you want to support. Do what you want to do. But don't come here and make it look as if the other person is so evil. And you are the only one who is a saint. Yes, Abia might not be Dubai. But people from Abia is saying that Alex Oti just came on board within 3 years. And he's able to achieve this success. That those people who have done 8 years didn't do nothing, Abba was filled with trash. I know Abba because I schooled in Calabar. I'm a Malabite. And we used to go to Abba to buy things and even cross Abba. It was a nightmare then. A nightmare. And this man had done something. I'm not saying praise him. Even if you are not gonna praise him, just shush. Don't come comparing. And the thing is this: charity begins at home. Sowore is a chairman of a party. He's also a presidential, aspirant, come rain, come shine, every time. From the same party, since that party has been established, I think it's 2019 that party was established. I used to support him. But when I started watching him, I started watching his movement, and I said to myself, what's going on here? What's going on here? I'm not saying that all these other people, they've said it, they are not saints. Okay? But what they have said is that, come, bring something, bring it. Come and show your evidence of categorizing them as a criminal. And knowing Nigerian politics, nobody you have to associate with different kinds of people. The only difference is that your character matters a lot. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Dr. Damages, please, I beg you in the name of God, please let me respond for sure. Just 1 minute. Please, please.
I want to, but we want to
just 1 minute, just 1 minute, just for
Dr. Damages, we all will be responding because this is not fair. All of us should be responding.
Please.
Because he has been talking all this while since we start this program. We cannot continue to allow somebody to continue to talk when other people have not spoken. Why is it every time you give him the opportunity to reply? I have a lot to say. He has just said what he said.
Dr. Damages, if you give him 1 minute, I will respond. And because of him, I will stay here and I will respond. I'm supposed to be somewhere, but do that and I will respond too.
Okay. Sorry, hold on. My issue wasn't about doing minutes to anybody. My issue was I don't like interrupting the rants so that we flow. At the end, we can do that. I will give you a chance to respond, and anybody who wants to respond. So let's go to forefathers, and then Uche will be the last, and then I give people a chance to respond. Forefathers, go ahead. Oh, that was his picture. It wasn't the real person that was there. So, forefathers, are you there, or is that a picture? Okay, it's a picture. Let's go to Uche. Uche, go ahead.
I'm muted, am I? Sorry. Sorry about that.
All right, go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. Greetings to all.
Am I coming, Kilia Rudolph? Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Uche, hold on. Forefathers is
you are 1 week past now. I don't know where you think you're talking from. All right. So, thank you for having me. And greetings to all the panelists and the chat and to the viewers. This week has been interesting, and I found a lot of confusion within the Black community with what the Ghanaians did. And it just reminds me how depressing our situation is, because the same Ghanaians that went to propose reparation for Black people on the same day signed a security agreement with the same EU that abstained from the vote, that didn't support the reparation movement. And while the Ghanaians are welcoming EU people, which means any EU nation, is free to come in, and they think they are becoming like Japan, that Ghana wants to be like Japan, that they're going to be cooperating, they're going to be gaining advance, they're going to grow from there. Man, our mumu, he knows no end. They don't get anything for it. They just sign an agreement and then they got a loan. This is another tactics the Europeans are doing now, and they did it in Nigeria again. They come in, they say they want to come and do business with you, but it's a loan. They give you 200 and something million. You sell your soul to the Europeans. They did it with Tinubu government again. And you see that everywhere in Africa. I don't understand how they can be so detached from the way the enlightened minds in their nations are. When you look at the way the whole thing is shaping, I was thinking maybe it's too late already, because these our leaders have sold us. Things are going to get bad before it gets better anymore. Because many of our people will sit here, they will be supporting Israel. Israel voted against that resolution, amongst other nations. There are only 3 nations that voted against it: the United States, Israel, and Argentina. Extremely racist people. These 3. They are the only 3 nations that voted against it. And these same Nigerians will come here, and Black people, they will be, even the Ugandan defense minister was saying he was going to go and join to fight against Israel, to fight for Israel, against Iran. A Ugandan defense minister was willing to do that. What is it going to take for us to learn any lesson? I think maybe when we face an existential crisis, that's when we're going to learn our lesson, because nothing else teaches us anything. I tell you, there are certain things in human beings, no matter whether we know it intellectually, it makes no difference. It makes no difference with the outcomes. This is why our society never changes until something dramatic happens. I've been saying this over and over again, and all the evidence is pointing to that. Because how can you see a country like Israel, that every time they say there are 2 sides in Africa, they want to choose 2 sides? If they will always choose the side that is oppressing Africans, and Africans still support that nation. What is it going to take They supported the apartheid regime against South Africa when we were taking pay cut to support South Africa. And many of us today will be willing to die for that same nation because we never learn our lesson. We don't even have our own brain anymore. I'm telling you, man, we are in a serious situation where our leaders are just selling us every day. And they will sign agreement. They don't even consult the people. These are big agreements they will have. Oh. They will bring foreign troops into your country. No consulting the people. They will agree that they are going to share your data to foreigners. No agreement. They call it MOU. That is what is going on the continent right now. And African people most of us are asleep. Most of us don't even care. We don't even care whether they sell us because it looks like it's done already. It doesn't even matter anymore. Until someday, when the real dangers of all the things that have been unfolding from December to today, do you know how many things has happened? A lot of movement. They've been selling. Most of our leaders, they're just selling. Imagine Ghana talking Pan-Africanism. On the same day, they are signing massive agreement with the European Union to come into their country because they think they are going to become this in Japan. What did they? Is that how Japan started? Japan was a superpower. Japan was a massive military power. Japan didn't have 15,000 soldiers for 30-something million people. Japan is not a weak state like the Ghanaians. Why would they give the Ghanaians anything? We are so pathetic on the face of the planet. I don't even know how these people manage to even hide their shame, this embarrassment, the way we behave, about the way we behave. I don't know how they hide it. And many of us today, if you tell our people, oh, let's go and make our country strong. Oh, no, let's not do that. Let's prepare to side with foreigners to fight ourselves. I'm telling you, man, like I said the last week, sometimes when I look at our people, I wish, why did God put me amongst these people? Common sense not there at all. We know they use common sense. Even like 1 + 1 = 2. These people are our enemy. Let's not. It's like you see snake bite your neighbor. And you tomorrow you go and put your hand so you try your luck. What kind of mumuting be that? And our people do this repeatedly. You go to inside the country now, they are fighting each other. Look at, we were just fighting about Showore and everything. Is it not obvious? I like the point the previous speaker made actually, that about what Showore represented. Why is he focusing most of his energy on fighting the opposition? Why does he not focus most of his ire on the government? You ask yourself that question. And it comes out how many years ago, and it's accomplished even more than Showore can be said to have accomplished. Apart from the national discourse, we have had Gani Fawemi before. I didn't see Gani Fawemi attacking the underdog. Gani Fawemi was going toe to toe with Abacha. Not any. This is a military dictator, one of the most brutal military dictators we have in Nigeria. He was going toe to toe with him, and yet Showore, all he keeps doing is going after P2B, going after the lower hanging fruit. I don't subscribe to that. If you side with Showore, I like what he stands for against corruption, but it doesn't seem to represent what. It doesn't pull people along with him. If you cannot put people along with you, why would you support him? You support somebody that will actually get there to make a difference. That's how I look at it. The Anioma State business that they are going to try they are looking to create. Personally, whether they create it or not, it makes no difference for Nigeria. The Nigeria still has that chill political zone, and I actually believe that Nigerians should start looking at a kind of presidential council system. In a way, that's what the Sahel nations are doing. Because the Sahel nations, what they are doing is one president at a time, speaking for all three of them. One at a time. Right now, it is Ibrahim Traore that is speaking for all three of them. You see how people that actually want to build something that endures work because they share amongst themselves constantly, they keep rotating control. That's how people behave. If you truly want to, democracy that we are running is a fake system. The type we are running is designed to weaken us. Because the system is designed to give foreigners access to our country because we are technologically not advanced. If you try to oppose them, it's very easy. You can see how easy it is to take out opposition in Nigeria. It's so easy. It will take a foreign power to back that opposition leader, and your country become a fighting zone, a kind of proxy war zone for an opposition party leader to come and beat an incumbent that the West support in Africa, right? Especially in Nigeria, Ghana. In short, all West Africa, really. apart from this is Sahel nations. So I'm sorry I've gone a bit too long, because when I look at what is going on in Africa right now, I'm beginning to lose hope that it has to come to an existential threat before we are actually going to wake up. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, sir. Uche, you are next. After that, I'll take a few reactions and then we close.
Am I coming clear?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rudolph, Mbedoma, Kekime.
I did.
I greet everyone in the panel this evening. I'm speaking from the land of Europe. It's a long time. This is a long time. I haven't come up to speak, join in the program. Well, it has been a difficult one from my side. I lost my mother 2 weeks ago.
Sorry.
And she had been passing through sickness, stroke, and it has been a very difficult time with me. But at the end of the day, God knows the best. So I just bear it like that. I could have joined the program at the initial time, but I came back work a bit late. So I had the discussion about slavery and about maybe Ghana president trying to recognize about. So it's very important that all of those things need to rise, like raise it up from the dust again. Because what led us in this suffering, all of those things must be touched. All of those things must be revealed, because the situation we black are in, we are not happy. And anybody that's saying we should move on where? Where are we going? Where do we think we end when we move on? We are not moving on anywhere. Here we are beating them with truth and the fact. The white people, we are beating them, going eye to eye with them. We cannot agree. You people cannot move on, and we will be at the back. No. So I love what the Ghana president did. So he takes courage. Like when the traditional rulers spoke one-on-one, face-to-face to Nigerian President Tinubu, he told him, if you want all these things if you want to address the issue of Nigeria, releasing Nnamdi Kanu, he told him one-on-one. This is men, people that have courage to speak, not some these elders. When I look at them, I don't know where they are coming from. I don't know where they are going and where they will end. But I pray for them so that their children will not be in shame. Let me touch the issue of Mr. Showore. I want to beg all of us one thing. The reason why I say let me beg all of us one thing, so that it will not be like people speaking against Showore that it's their opinion, of course. I'm not coming against anyone's opinion. But let me say this. If Showore is behaving like you are Obi Kubana chief priest, and what do you call it? The one from Yoruba who is fighting for Yoruba Oduduwa nation. So if Showore is behaving like that, maybe all of us will say, hey, why is a young boy like you, a young man like you, why do you? But a man that took a courage since 30 years, 3 decades in the planet Earth, fighting for humanity. Who are you to talk? Who are you to talk against Mr. Showore? I'm an Igbo man, full-blooded Igbo man. I'm an Igbo man from the scratch. If you say I support Mr. P2B, I will support him. But do you know why? I cannot support him in the situation of working with the people that set us back, that join people that set us back. Joining Atiku. Who do you want me to? Which mind should I join? Which mind should I take to join, support Mr. P2B where he is now? He is like inside the soup that already the soup have war. You know the language of war. The soup have already war. He went and joined to make the soup work. How do you think soup that's already war, you want it to work again? You want to stay in that pot to make the soup work. Maybe you put in Maggi, and over all those ones. So let us check before we come out in public to speak about somebody who should have led his life for humanity. So when he talk, you think, let him speak like how you think in your mind. A young man pointed something. As you see me here, I have gathered about 15 men. We are going to campaign for Alessioti when the time reach from Europe here. Anything, let it take anything from our own pocket. We are going to support Alessioti to continue his work. But when a young man like Mr. Showore, okay, because he didn't speak like how you think, how you want him to, why must he speak like how you? So he just like it's like letting Alessioti to know, guy, you are doing this work half and half. Is that bad thing? He have already people from Yoruba land, they went to that protest. They speak about the good thing Alessioti is doing. Showore did not condemn what Alessioti is doing, but he said he's doing it half and half. It's like he's telling him, Mr. Man, wake up more, do more, we need more. Which some of us have in touch to some of people governing, working with Alessioti. And they are trying their best. So I don't see the reason why some of us will come out and talking again. Nobody. I have seen some people here. I haven't seen your courage. If not, Mr. Rudolph giving us platform to speak. I've been in social media for before, like before COVID. Seeing Nigerians that have platform. Some of these people, I'm not seeing them anywhere. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu raise our mind, raise our conscience to ask questions. And because of it, we take the courage to confront things that are against humanity. We don't fear anybody. No fear have, because what happened to a black man now, and where we saw ourselves, made us to let heaven fall down. Things must to be set well. If it didn't set well, we will not agree. We will not agree is a word like now the white people are hearing it and they are doing something about that. Who believe today that issue of Biafra is going to be on table of Nigeria? Nnamdi Kanu said it, that this Biafra must to be speak in every platform, including where you didn't expect it. Who believe that? Now, talking about Nigeria may divide. I saw when Mr. Rudolph talk about it, starting of this program. I'm on the way, coming back, I heard it. So in all these things, what you want is what you will get. Mr. Showore is not telling you he's going to be president by fire, by force. He made it like there is an interview I saw him of recent where he said it, whether he win or he did not win, but what he wants, let the system work. Let the system work. So when the system works, are you not going to achieve it? Are you not going to benefit from it? You are going to benefit from it. Why can't you support that young woman that have the zeal, the blood, the mind to make it work, than going to these ones that are going with their convoy? People, police army protecting them. How many army protecting Showore? Sometimes how our people speak gets me angry. Like, are we going back or are we going front or do we continue managing? We did not create to manage. We did not born to manage. White people are not managing. We don't supposed to manage. So let us join to do the fight and get it right. Thank you, everyone. I like my case here.
Thank you, Uche. Do the fight and get it right. That rhymes. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give IQ. It appears you want to say something. I'll give Sully a chance to say something, and then we'll close. For fathers, we'll continue with part 2 of Have Your Say for Saturday. Ike, go ahead.
To be honest with you, I didn't want to say anything. But when I heard my brother Mori speak, I didn't really want to talk about Showore today, because I have my reasons and my reservations. But when I heard Omori speak, and my brother Uche had just spoken right now again, is asking us who gave us the audacity to talk about Oshowere. He's speaking with commanding us who give me the audacity to talk about Showere, but you have the audacity to talk about somebody else. English language, we should use it and understand the languages that we use when we speak. I have every right to disagree with anything you say, and you have every right to disagree with everything I say. We're in a public space. It's a kind of conversation. We are to agree to disagree, but you don't give me direction. You don't command me who to speak about and who not to speak about. You're speaking about somebody now. For the past 5-7 minutes you're talking about somebody. And you're speaking, you're telling us that I'm speaking about Showore. What audacity do we have to talk about Showore? I mean, are you listening to yourself? Whatever I wanted to say, forefather have just spoken about it. But why I just dropped this right now is for my brother Uche to, when you speak, if you don't understand it, later you go back to listening to yourself. Nobody commands nobody here. You have right to say whatever you want to say. And Dr. Rudolph made his platform that you are free to say whatever you want to say. So for you to begin to ask questions, what audacity do we have to talk about? Who is Showore in the first place? Who is Showore bigger than yourself? Who is Showore to me personally? Who is he better off? Is he better than me? What are you talking about? Everybody is important in your own style. If I'm not known in Nigerian politics, I'm known in my family. I am important in my village. I am important in my kindred. I am important in my local government. I represent the people. I might not be Showore, I might not be Mr. P2B, but I represent the people. And that means that I have the right to say whatever I want to say. Showore is not better than is not better than even you. So what are you talking about? In the real thing, in the real Nigerian politics that we are playing, that Showore every time he opens his mouth is all about Mr. P2B. In the real politics of Nigeria, that if Mr. P2B is playing the politics of other Nigerian politicians, Mr. Showore cannot carry the file of Mr. P2B. He can never qualify to carry his file. But this is own style of politics. So don't try to make people, when people have different opinion about somebody else, they are getting angry, you're upset, and telling me what audacity do people have to speak about Showore? Who is Showore? Does he have two heads? We represent the people. If you do not represent, I represent the people. And you are saying, you just spoke, your last final word that you just said that you have got 5 people who want to go back to Abia State to campaign for election. Why you have to go back to campaign for election? You think you are not important that you can do that?
All right, thank you. Sully, last word, unless someone has something urgent to say. Otherwise, we have to.
Yeah, I want the viewers. The reason why I love this is because it's a live stream and people can rewind and go and fact check things. I want the viewers to note the behavior of Obi supporters. You see, that last person that came, I wish he did not leave because I want to dissect what he did step by step. He said, I'm insulting people about Showore. I've not insulted anybody about Showore. The maximum I've said is somebody being hypocritical, and that is just observation. Now, I never said nobody should talk about Showe. So disobedient people, in order to prove their points, they have to lie, which I always, they do that consistently. And if you have internet and you watch most of their videos and rewind, you will see a pattern of telling lies to prove a point over and over again. Like somebody saying Showe said Abiola is his idol. I've never heard that before. I never heard him say that before. What Showe said that he was backing somebody up that was willing to pay for his votes. And he said that he was willing to follow him for that. Just because of that, he wasn't really following Abiola. And he offered the same thing to Obi, and Obi did not take his support. They refused to talk about that one. They conveniently removed that, and they started twisting his words in order to support their candidates. But these people will tell you that they are different from APC. They said that he helped remove Jonathan, and he doesn't talk about Tinubu, and he's only talking about the opposition. He talks about Tinubu all the time. The reason why he's in court right now is a case against Tinubu, where he said that Tinubu is a criminal, and he used Reno Mokori's video as defense in the court. Most of his court case is against the current government. You do know that, right? I know you know that, but you choose to twist the narrative, because the only time that you care about what he says is when he talks about your candidate. So in your own closed bubble, all you hear and all the time you see him is when he's talking about your candidate. Somebody is saying I'm talking nonsense, but they will never disprove what I'm saying. These are the kind of people that we are dealing with. These are the kind of people that are saying they want to save the company. Liars, word twisters, emotional manipulators, and they will tell you that they are different from APC. So when you have to do all these kind of things, you just bring fear. People are not foolish. People that have really, really suffered in Nigeria. I'm talking about the real poor Nigerians, the oppressed Nigerians. They are not going to fall for these tricks because they see you doing the same thing that you are seeing other people are doing. So you cannot ask for the release of Nnamdi Kanu and support Nnamdi Kanu and at the same time be supporting Obi, because Nnamdi Kanu hated Obi. It's either you support Obi or you support Nnamdi Kanu. But you see these obedient supporters, they claim that they want Nnamdi Kanu to be released, but at the same time, they claim that they support Obi. If Nnamdi Kanu is released, do you think that he will support Obi? The first person that is going to go against is Obi. You do know that, right? You do know that if they release Nnamdi Kanu, he is going to go against Obi way more than anything that you are even seeing so already. 10 times more, 100 times more. He will gather back his group and go against Obi. You do know that, right? That is how I know that a lot of these Nnamdi Kanu supporters, they don't know Nnamdi Kanu. They only heard about him after Buhari arrested him. They never watch his live stream. They don't know where he started from. They don't know how his ideology changed. They don't know anything about Nnamdi Kanu. Nothing. They just support him and they just ask for his release. Why would Nnamdi Kanu be relating with somebody like Shoure, but not somebody like Obi? It's not as if you didn't see it with your eyes. It's not as if you don't know. You know, but you are in a party of criminality. So I don't expect nothing more than criminal behavior from such supporters. Now, as for Obi, Shoure has invited him to AAC, asked him that all you need to do is turn a new leaf. Stop rolling around with criminals. What did Obi do? Obi continued to stick with his party of criminality. The worst part is that I did not come up with that word. Shoure did not come up with that word. Obi came up with that word, that it is a party of criminality. You have been given a chance to enter a party of non-criminality, but you still choose to stick with criminals. The question I have to ask you is why? They will never answer this question. They will never ever answer this question. But they claim that they want to change the country for better. Criminal behavior, criminal acts, criminal schemes. These people claim they want, and they think that the poor and oppressed are foolish and stupid to believe them. Tinubu's 2027 ticket is guaranteed. Somebody said that I don't even talk bad about Tinubu. I think you must be brand new to this channel or anywhere that I've been. All I've been talking about since Tinubu won, and I'm a Yoruba person, is against Tinubu. So who is the real scam? Let's ask ourselves the question. Somebody that called people a party of criminality, joined that party of criminality, knows that he might not get the ticket, but he's still gaining support. He's still distracting you. He's still gaining your mind. He's still taking your mind away from a credible candidate, knowing fully well that he may not get the ticket. And you know fully well that he's going back to the party of criminality that he told you that this is a party of criminality, and he's going back again. Who is the real scam? Who is the real scam? They will never address this because these people are criminal-minded people. So it is very obvious why they are supporting somebody that has been exposing, showing his criminal behavior to the fullest. So I don't expect nothing more from you. Keep on supporting your criminal.
All right, thank you, Sully. We are out of time, more than an hour and a half over time. But just like I give Sully time, some people pointed that out. You know, he represents a younger generation than most of us. So we pay attention to that. We want to encourage the younger people to join us. The same way, I will have Ify joining us, even though we are rounding up. I have to give her time because we don't have any woman join us all throughout today. But before Ify speaks, let me just use this opportunity to thank those that supported us. Ria Kutobe, thank you so much for your support. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. AI Village Curation, thank you. Kulata, thank you. And Prince Akwachi, thank you. And Oscar Blackbone, thank you. All right. Or maybe maybe I would say I'll bring you on because you
1 minute
medical in my former life you represent the medical profession, but we have to round up. There's another show coming up with it's not really that we are ending everything. Being that I know that if he likes to have the last word, let me come to you, Obi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I tried to follow up. I've been distracted trying to do 3-4 things at the same time, you know. I work mostly at the weekend. That is why it's difficult for me to strip on and while you guys are on. I like listening, you know. Well, an old man like me, I'm on the 5th floor now, so I see things differently, you know. So maybe the younger generation will see things differently too, where we're coming from. 2 things. I left Access Bank to America. So those things that I was talking about, Mokwede and Wigwe, I have the personal information because I actually picked them at the airport when they come to Uyo then for meeting, and they will go to Le Meridian to lodge and all that with our money, with our private jets, so many things. Mokwede never left the scene. He was just a change of role. Any meeting that Wigwe went, Mokwede was there. So he was just, he went behind the scene while they were fronting a Wigwe. So they were 2 partners that came up together that left GTB Bank to go set up the so-called Access Bank, you know. It was great anyway, they tried. So those money, they're going to fight over it because the money was too big anyway. That was why when they were paying all this stipend, I couldn't cope. I had to say, man, these guys are using us. I had to leave the scene and come to America. That one was their problem, they made them go. That of Showore, I just wanted to rant about his issue. So Lee, take it easy. You and Mori, you guys should be coming down, okay? Because so many things are involved in this matter. I voted for Showore that first election when he came up with his ideology and all that. I was student government person, welfare director in SUG. I went inside the bush. I went to Bini when they were doing prison break. I was there. We released prisoners. So I went with them in the bush when they were pursuing us with gun in Babangida that time. So I've seen a lot of things that they were doing. I resigned out of it.
Statute of limitation. Are you sure that it's over? Or you just confessed?
Which one?
That he went to prison to release.
I saw it. I saw the scene because I was in the entourage of the SUG then. To me, I don't come up for that level. That's Sabi. When they were using go to pursue us in the Kadolo inside the bush, I was there that night. Okay. So I saw a lot of things that happened. I contested for SUG government, Uniben, president. So everything about SUG, comrade, whatever, I did it. When I'm on the 5th floor, I should resign from those things. So I think the next level. Because the children are not going to university, you know, you are to think about the next thing you're going to do for your life, you know, not to be playing and whatever. I wonder his kids and his family how they're coping with the daddy in this kind of situation. It's a lot to mental health to work on, you know, it's a lot. But be that as it may, the issue of Showore, so from his talking with Alesoti and everything, then for me, I have given him my mandate. Showore, you have to take another position first.
be a local government chairman or be a governor, whatever you want to be, rule for 4 years or 2 years, then change the place to Dubai. Then I will now campaign and vote for you to become president. If you don't have that testimony, you will never be president. I'm very sorry about that because it's just too much. The talk is too much. Talk is cheap. You have to go and take a role and run it. Then you will change whatever state you want to rule and become a Dubai in 2 years. That OT has turned Aba into. Then you will not bring the testimony. Then we will vote for you now. Why is people clipping over Obi? Because he have a testimony of Anambra in his hands. Why are they not telling Obiano to come and rule? Why is Obiano not in the stage today? Then you are telling me that this guy is an idiot because he's an Igbo man, or because he talk less, or because he has Ada Obi's voice, Abi? I not blame them, Sha. Just calm down. Ochowole is a good guy. Let him do whatever he's doing. But each time he talks about Obi, he reduces from 50 votes to 20 votes. I'm telling him. Each time he mentions Obi or whatever he's mentioning, his votes keep reducing until it becomes 0. Let him get that feedback, Rudolph, because I know you're close to him. I'm not able to talk to him because I don't have his details anyway. But let me tell you, take it easy, calm down. So we want to do your comradeship. Do your comradeship to a different level. You know, not beginning to blackmail people and say people are bad. Let me tell you what Precious said about him when David Udeyin came on stage, that he is a frontier. He has not come to respond to Precious till now. Because he gave him an invite, said you have to come up and defend this allegation. If you're not fronting for somebody, come and say it here. Then every time you are blackmailing, we don't know where you belong anyway. That is my confusion. I don't know whether he's here or he's there. It's so sad anyway, but to me, I think he's also in the 5th floor too. If he's an old man like me, he should be coming down. I think the next step in our life. It's too late to be doing this 20 years, this teenager 20 years kind of business of being a so-called frontier of protest and all that. It's not working now. If it's working, Nigeria would have changed by now. Thank you, Rudolph. I said, let me just hop in and say this before I go back to my desk.
All right. Thank you so much, Ife. You have the final words before we...
Papudoka, good afternoon. Hi, everybody. Maska, forefathers. Anyway, Sterling, my brother. Uncle Ike. Okay, let's talk about Showore. My brother, I heard everything you said, and yes, it's okay for you to believe in who you want to be president of Nigeria. But one thing I will tell you is this. Obi said that he is not a saint. But one thing you can never call him is a criminal. He said that. And let me also let you understand this. Trump is the president of the United States with a 34 convicted charges, right? He's a convicted felon. He's the president of the United States. Is he a saint? Of course he's not a saint. So let's talk about P2B. So I know the hatred and all that stuff about P2B. People say, oh, he's too quiet. Oh, he cannot handle Nigeria. Tinubu is handling Nigeria now, and we are seeing what he's doing in our country. So I personally can even handle Nigeria more than what Tinubu is doing. So when people come here to criticize, mind you, P2B is not the president, but he is the most talked about in Nigeria. Why are people afraid of P2B? You people say that he came third in the last election. Nobody's talking about Atiku. Why P2B? Tinubu is campaigning now. He did not campaign as much as he campaigned in the last election. He's pouring all the energy and all the resources. Why? Because of one man. They are afraid of one man. So what is the problem with P2B? I don't have any problem with Showore, and I'm going to tell you that. But like my brother said, he has to start from somewhere. We don't know where Showore is. Opposition fighting opposition. I've never seen that except in Nigeria. If there is something anybody wants to talk about, if they don't mention P2B, we know that that conversation has not started. Bawala or whatever, Daniel, or whatever his name is, went over there and F-talk. Everything now, when they ask him, he's calling P2B. So, my brother, let me tell you something. In as much as I love Showore, in as much as I would love to support him, well, he has to start from somewhere. He hasn't proven to us. He's more of activist than a presidential candidate. I'm sorry to say this. I don't have anything against him, like I said. You call Peter Obi and he joined the bandits of, political party, whatever you said. May I ask you a question? If Shawari becomes president today, who is he going to work with? Is he going to work by himself? No, just answer me. Is he going to work by himself? Every country you go, there will always be 1, 2, 3 people, 4, 5 people that you can consider criminal. But do you know what they're doing? So all this allegation and all this hatred against this man, it's not going to go nowhere. The truth of the matter is that, of course, we know we're not going to have a free and fair election. Let us have free and fair election in Nigeria and see if we would still be talking about Showore and see if we would still be talking about Tinubu. By 12 o'clock that election day, Tinubu will be back in Ikoyi. So my brother be coming down. Like I said, if Showore contests election today, as he has his right, but if he wins the election, who is going to work with him? Are you going to be the presidential, the vice president? I mean, I just don't know who. Tell me who remains. People are criticizing him because he went and met with, what is this guy that was just recently released from prison, Malami? They called him all sorts of names, that he's this, he is that he's associating with a criminal. Look, let me tell you something. If you find one person in Nigeria, one politician in Nigeria that is innocent, let us know so that we can vote for the person. So that is, by the way, 2027 election that is coming up. I've never seen any political party campaign the way APC, the way they are campaigning. They're not even campaigning. They're just trying to buy people. And I keep asking myself, the money these people are wasting, imagine if they have poured that money, that resources in our economy. Do you know where we will be today? We don't even need to borrow any money. The money in Nigeria is enough to fix Nigeria. The money in Nigeria is enough to pay our debts. All this money Tinubu is sharing to governors now, he shouldn't have been doing all these things. If he has done one thing, let's say assuming that he fixed the electricity for us, everybody will be campaigning. We will tell Obi, go sit down. We will tell everybody, I beg, go park one side. Let's Tinubu continue, just like they are doing to Oti in Abia. You criticize Oti. I don't know where you're from. If you're from Abia, I'm not from Abia, from Anambra. And if all the people from Abia are speaking for this man, saying that this is the best governor so far, and Showore will leave Ondo State to travel all the way to Abia State to come and tell us that Alex State is not doing anything. My brother, come on now. Somebody made a video about Showore and said Showore should go and contest and showed his state. He should go there and start local government, see the roads there. I don't know if he has ever criticized the governor of his state, but you are worried about another person in his own state doing the job of the masses. Coming to Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know where you're from. You're talking about people who don't know Nnamdi Kanu. Even people who are from this country here know Nnamdi Kanu more than even people in Nigeria. You are saying that Nnamdi Kanu did this, Nnamdi Kanu. All the terrorists, your defense, I think is your chief of defense, came out this week, to tell us that these people, the criminals, the terrorists, that they are our brothers, that they are like prodigal sons. So we need to rehabilitate them. Why not rehabilitating Nnamdi Kanu? What is the difference? If you call him a terrorist and call him, why is his own different? Why is he in prison? If you give other people opportunity, give Nnamdi Kanu the same opportunity. But you know what? They are fearful. Look at what happened to El Rufai. Why did all of a sudden they release El Rufai? Because he lost his mother. Is that the court that asked them to release El Rufai? Wasn't it the government that released El Rufai? And this is the type of politics we play in Nigeria. So who is holding Nnamdi Kanu? In Sokoto, a place where he's not from. My brother, come on now. Forget about all this back and forth. We want the best for Nigeria. But Showore is not going to be a better president. Whether you shake your head, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, take it from here to Jerusalem. He will not. He needs to start from somewhere. You can't criticize everybody and call yourself a saint. He's not a saint. If you want to become a politician, go and look at other people around you. You must join them. You can't tell me that you're gonna get a perfect person. A whole United States has a convicted fellow as their president. Come on, my people, my brother, chill. Obi is not you people's problem. Tinubu is you people's problem. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ife. On that note, I think we will. Next stream is going to be on in a.
Doctor, you didn't give me the opportunity to talk about Showore.
No, you can. I'm sure you have opportunity when forefather he will start the next stream immediately. So you have opportunity. I want to thank you, Paul, for being here. Thank you, Sully, for being here. Thank you, Maska, for being here. Thank you, Sleeping Head, Ovie, for being here. Thank you, Ife, for being here. Thank you, OBE. Thank you, everybody. I really have to go. I appreciate all of you. Paul, I will talk to you.
Doctor, give me 1 minute. Make I talk about Showore.
Say that. All right, go ahead.
Doctor, Showore is the best thing that can happen. Showore is like our Martin Luther King and every other thing. Some of us should understand that Showore is just a politician. He's the opposition that we need and every other thing. What he's doing is opposition. It's simple. If you, my sister, let me make you understand something. Good percentage of obedience used to be Showore follower, and they crossed to obedience. Naturally, Showore understand that it's going to be easy to win those people back. Showore is only trying to win his lost folks back and everything. These things is politics. Maybe because we don't really play politics to that level. That's how politics is. And it can also help Obi if Obi can learn how to also play politics in that direction. Than this, my elder brother. Play politics, play dirty sometimes. Trump never called any president. He called them by their name, like as Tinubu used to call other people by their name. So, and Obi can also use that to win more followers to himself. It's just politics, my sister. You know, but sometimes, if you speak very mature, but sometimes people from the Southeast take it like a tribal thing that these people hate us. My sister, and politics. When you go politics, you're going to get this type of thing. And it's just politics.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will meet in August 2026 on Saturday.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much.